We're going to do a drawing session tonight, a draw and chat session. So those of you that pop in, you are open to join and enjoy a conversation, drawing, whatever it is you're here for. This is not a tutorial. This is definitely a interactive live stream for those of you that are here. But basically all I'm going to be doing is pretty standard drawing stuff, practicing some skills for artwork. And I'm going to grab some extra art supplies here, a couple other tools. This one's black.
You have the location
This
of it.
red. This one is black. And we'll go with some other black ink here. We're gonna mess around with a variety of materials, all black ink and pencil pen. So we'll focus on that right now. And let's see, a couple tools that I'm using. We're gonna be using a variety of pencils. We're gonna be using, this is just I don't know what kind of pencil this is, honestly. It came with this pencil holder, which is designed for when your pencil starts to get smaller, it lets you extend it. So I'll be using this. And as well, we'll be painting. Or I mean, drawing. I am not doing any painting. That was an accidental lie. We're gonna be drawing. That's what what's happening here. So as I get started here, I'm gonna put on and here we go. So this is a great tool, by the way. This is a lead holder. But what's great is you can actually hold like a long piece of lead with it. And it even has a sharpener attached, which I can show later. But for now, we're just gonna focus on drawing. Doing this project right here from the Bargue drawing collection here. This is one way that you can learn to draw. And right now, real quick, I just want to experiment with going over everything with black ink, and just seeing how it ends up going. Let's see. One problem is that drawing with ink over a pencil mark can become somewhat challenging. Yep, but for chair, I hear ya. You're here. You are alive. And here we go. So I'm gonna pop into here. Bring this around. And then let's go like this. So we're going to use the black ink. But black ink over pencil, honestly, I can already see that it's not going to work very well. Like, I can draw over this, but I can't draw over the pencil marks. It makes it very hard. There might be a better way. I'll have to experiment with a couple other materials, or maybe I just can't really mix the two at all. But anyway, I hope you're all here. We have a few people, a variety of communities and art groups here. Yes, this is live. Is that Indian ink? No, it's not Indian ink, actually. It's an ink. It is actually rOtring ink. I don't know exactly what the rOtring ink is, but honestly, it should be Indian ink because, or no, that's Copic ink. What am I saying? I don't know what kind of ink Copic used, but it's water and Copic proof ink. So let's see, like this, and then bring down here, and then we're gonna go bring around this ear and bring bring in this ear right here. And here we go. And you know, I think that's enough to, I think this is a good pen. This brush pen is going to do the job. These other pens tend to like lose their structure on top of the pencil, but I think the pencil, these inks do pretty well. Or these brush pen inks, I think they flow better. The ear is always growing? You heard that? No, I don't think that's true. That doesn't sound, I mean, it doesn't sound true to me. I've never actually heard anything like that. So we're going to go around. And then let's go like this. But yeah, I have no clue, honestly. You probably know better than I do. Maybe the brain is always growing. I feel like the brain is definitely an organ that's always growing. For sure. And here we go. And let's go around. And let's find a thing like right there. And there we go. Might just focus on pencil here, but I do like the idea of being multi stuff, multi-material, multimedia. So, but for chair, what's going on? What's the word today for you on this wonderful Saturday afternoon? What's got your attention for the weekend? What are you focused on, etc., etc.? So I'm gonna start like this. So here's a funny thing about this drawing is my drawing is that I have this thing right here, this annoying armrest, and I can't really fully comfortable rest my arm. So I have to like find a way to like extend my hand, and I can't like rest on it for very long. I don't know what I'm gonna do about it. I don't think there's anything I could ever do about it. But just the interesting observation for this. But you know what? It's kind of, they could have just made this a little bit smaller. All they needed to do was reduce the amount of wood here by like half, and it would be like maybe a little bit better. I don't know. But either way, blanket fabric wrinkles. Yeah. Yeah, so that's so funny how you were talking about being an architect and nothing can hurt your feelings, and I got that post, that Facebook post. Here we go. And then we're gonna go around. And I've changed the angle of the camera so I have more space to work here. And here we go. And let's see, so that's about that length. And that's just slightly changed. And as you can see, what's really interesting about this book is if you pay attention, you can start to see how this book like starts to take off training wheels. Like this first set of ears had this little guideline that helped you figure stuff out. And then the second set does not have these guidelines. And sadly, my headphones are about to run out of batteries, so I'm gonna have to charge these headphones. And maybe I could find a pair of plug-in headphones. Hold on one second. I'll be right back, people. I need to charge my headphones and then find a pair of... Scout. Ah.
Beautiful, amazing girl for the rest of our lives. Danielle, thank you for daring me to do it. Can't wait.
Good headphones. Oh my gosh. I've lost my good headphones. My good headphones, where are they?
I don't know what to say. Just say, good morning, Mrs. Omar. Come in. Oh, you look cool. Me too. He was also full. I was going to get ready. Okay. It's a bad dress. Yeah, it's the only thing I have in black. I hate.
Why do I only have like the cheap airline headphones?
I just don't want to wear it right now.
It's weird.
Honestly, you don't have to go if you don't want to.
This is so weird.
Is it little?
Huh?
What about the AirPods?
they need a charge right now.
Oh.
But I had a nice pair of headphones that was here, and then now the only thing that's left is nice
I promise.
all the airline headphones that they give you for free.
Okay. Can you help me get this thing off?
Alright.
Seriously. Yeah, is it good? Right. Thank you. That picture. No, I'm sorry. Alright. Well, I'll be back in a few hours. If I find out you have been relaxing, there'll be serious consequences. Okay.
Alright.
Found something?
No. Scott, did you steal my headphones? Huh? Tell me if you stole my headphones. These cats must have stolen my headphones. Alright, anyway, I don't want to delay for too much longer. So let's see. Plus your Navy submarine. Been through a few things. Oof. Chilling, working. Well, thanks for serving on a submarine. That must have been quite an experience. You're going to town today, Omizu. Awesome. Cousin Ush. And then you wouldn't, because you wouldn't join the gang. Okay. You're in a car wreck. Died after flipping. Nothing. Saturday, Northern Illinois.
I suppose so.
Teeny tiny ears, yeah. Teeny tiny ears. These are the mini ears. Mini ears for our character here, and I can see that that this piece comes a little bit. It's a little bit off, but let's see. And we're gonna go down like this. And let's go like this. So and here we go. Let's see. Boom. Hope you all find a way. So, Mizu, you said you're going into town today. What does that mean? Like, what does that mean for someone living where you live? Because for me, going into town, like, I mean, I'm in town, you know? So, like, for someone who lives where you live in Iowa, what does going into town specifically mean? Because, you know, how can I imagine a picture of that? What is that like? Visually. Like, do you have to drive 10 miles? Do you have to drive 5 miles?
Right, you. Come along. Let's get some supper started for you children, shall we?
Need more some help? I can chop things up.
Maybe you chop things up.
Oh.
The au pair found that she lit her candle not in remembrance of those that she lost, but to atone for the moments she didn't remember them. Those most recent moments where she'd even been happy to have forgotten them.
All right, so ear number 1 of the day done. Question. I guess not much going on, but the farm. It's football and farm. Oh, so you're going The Daisy Dukes. Yeah. Football and farming. I mean, that sounds like pretty good old Midwestern lifestyle. Football's fun, farming's fun for people who like to do it, I guess. We need America's farmers. America's farmers are critical to the survival and the prosperity of Americans. American farmers. I'm sure there's a country song dedicated to the American farmers. American farmers help America to survive. We wouldn't survive without food, right? And here we go. We're going to go. And we're going to go up in this ear. And right now, just figuring out where some of these shadows, where these shadows go. And let's see. Omizu's gonna go be doing stuff today in the city. There we go. Listen to Creedence Clearwater. Yes, you Google Daisy Dukes. It's worth Googling. It is worth some research to know what Daisy Dukes is.
She's ridiculous. I'm much better looking.
Huh. So here we go. We're gonna get another line right here.
Quite impressive. No damage done. I just need to leave, so I got in the car and didn't know I was coming here until I arrived. Well, I should go. Shouldn't I? I should go back.
Supper's always done. You should eat. I bet you haven't eaten.
This is gross. How did you know I was coming? She's been making it favorite.
Come on. This sounds good for you for a change.
And let's see how this ear comes out. We're gonna curve that ear in, that ear down and around, that in, and there we go. All right. So we've got some progress. Our first ear of the day. Very good. We're good. We're doing all right. We're moving along.
I should have kept my dress. I think I burned it. Bad memories, bad memories.
Must be ancient technology. Yeah. So these are all from the Charles Bargue drawing course. That's what we're basing all of our artwork, our current drawings on. And for those of you wondering, I'll basically be spending the evening doing this. Yes, this is how I spend many Saturdays. I just paint or draw. This is how we spend many Saturdays here. And we're gonna go down like this right here. You know, this is why it can be so hard to be in college and probably do art, is because, like, you know, you want to be out doing stuff on your weekend, right? But I think as an adult, it's probably easier because there's less of that expectation having to keep up with the rest of the world, which is nice. But also, being in Los Angeles, there's a lot going on. But I choose to draw. So this could be a little bit longer. And I guess, you know, it helps because I guess a lot of you are snowed in, right? Like I know freezing over in Illinois and freezing over in Iowa. So very wonderful. Y'all can experience the warmth through me, the warmth of LA.
You're not dying, you know.
She doesn't know.
When Mum and Dad died, I thought I was going to die too. I was sure of it. But then I thought, what if I was already dead? But nobody else knew, and I was walking around dead, but everybody could see and hear me. That was dreadful. It only felt like dying. Because actually, I'm still alive. You have to
Oh yeah, so about those fires, no, they're not. I think they're mostly contained now at this point.
really sad.
Mostly contained. There's still a few, and there was one that started the other day. But you know what? I think it's supposed to rain tonight. So because it's raining, I think the hope is that a lot of the rain is going to stop. But yeah, so being in the military, you were in the military and you were in an architect. So, you know, definitely your life was very much more disciplined probably than, you know, any veteran that I went to school with that I remember, they were always like the top of the class. Always. You know, the guys that were just there after they had just, you know, they finished their tours and they came to university, had a wife, kids, and they were all like the best students. Always the best. So I don't know if you went to, you know, you worked on a submarine first, but you know, it's all about that personal discipline, right? When you get into college.
You know, I do like that.
How can you know which mattress provides exactly the right level of support for you?
You can't, but Sit and Sleep's exclusive bed match technology can. Bed match measures.
Oh yeah, but did I finish this about the fires? The fires, are they still going on? Not really. I think there's it's still going on, but it's not affecting us at the point where we're covering it on the news the whole day. So and then tonight it's supposed to rain, which is supposed to help a lot. People are very optimistic about rain for the first time in a long time. People in LA usually cannot tolerate rain. Like people in LA can't really tolerate any weather except nice weather. And I grew up in Florida, and like, you know, Florida rains pretty much every week, multiple times a week. But here in Los Angeles, it is a very unrainy town, and I find it interesting how crazy it gets when it starts raining, and you know, the roads just become this crazy place to drive, and you know, more accidents tend to happen during really rainy weeks. I think it's because people either don't have their brakes right, or you know, the roads get slicker because of all the oil that doesn't really wash out over time. And then you know, a lot of other things too. What else? You know, people just in LA, just, you know, we're not used to rain here.
Oh, you've got pizza.
We're just not used to rain, that's all. So
Flora. Yes? Clint, since he left, maybe you let him into the house? Look, I'm not angry. I just like for you to tell me the truth. No. Of course not.
Oh, is that why you think it is? The younger kids shun the older guys? I could see that. I don't know.
What are you looking at?
I could see that.
You do that a lot. You look over my shoulder. What are you looking at? I didn't know what you mean.
Hmm.
Well, that was quite the display, wasn't it?
So here's an amusing situation. When I look at this, and I draw and I do the shadow, the light reflects brighter on top of the pencil marks than they do on the actual paper. So I have this dilemma of like trying to create
I was about Flora's age.
trying to create this like
My mom
this
was alive.
this shadow, but I can't do it easily because
There anymore. So a lot of the times I had to be my own parent. The kids like us, like you,
I can't simply because it's like so bright this color
we're special.
here.
We grow up faster than other kids. And even more special, we really get to choose the grown-ups that we keep in our life. Mostly, anyway. But I suppose that is pretty special. And I'm saying this because I want you to know that I understand. When you talk a little bit more grown up, or you want to act like the grown-ups, I understand. I was the same way. You know someone did too. I did. I lost people a few ways in my life. But, wow. Miles, you've got some great grown-ups. Some great people here to choose for your family.
Yeah, people are crazy, but you know what? Like, do you feel? Have you ever been in Los Angeles? How do you feel about the population of Los Angeles compared to the population of Illinois?
We're all outside. You're joining us.
So we're going to go like this. We're going to do this line right here. And one thing I got to work on is keeping my line work standard. And then now I got to cross hatch that to the end.
Where'd you go, Bob?
I'm so sorry. I drifted in it. I just wreckage.
And here we go. So getting on this with this drawing here, and we've got working on shadows. That's one thing, like with pencil and painting versus painting. If you ever draw versus like painting or whatever, you know, figuring out getting the shadows right. Like when you can, if you can figure out shadows with a pencil, you can figure out shadows with a painting pretty easy. Because when it comes to painting, all you need to do is switch the. All you need to do really is to switch the color. If there's a shadow, you don't even need. You know, you don't even need. What do you call it?
I always say that planning a wedding is one of the most stressful things a person can do. But you're doing great.
When you're painting, you don't even need to like change the value. You could just change the color. Like if you're doing a painting in like red and blue, and then you know you want to create like, okay, let's just say you make a sphere, right? If you make a sphere, and you know, just this is just talking artistic theory, not so much like an actual scientific color theory or anything, and say, you know, we all know that a sphere looks like this, right? Like there's a circle of light here, there's a round area of light where the light hits the brightest, and then, you know, you cross hatch around, right? You cross hatch around. And then, you know, as you get towards the center, it gets darker. Where this light is, and then, you know, you cross hatch some more as you move towards the center. That's probably a very, it's not the best sphere, but anyway, you get the point, is that, you know, things get darker. Maybe I should just draw a circle and then shade it the way I feel like it should be shaded. Let's see.
If you take or have taken Humira for moderate to severe Crohn's disease or ulcerative colitis and still have symptoms.
So anyway, as I'm doing this, you know, you don't even need, like, if I need this light area and this area is like blue, you could just change the color of the light area, and, you know, you kind of like give it this feel of a sphere, rather than if you're like drawing, you really only have the choice of like doing the value, right? You can only focus on the value, but if you're painting, you could either choose value, or you can choose value, or you can choose actual color. And then, you know, gonna get a little bit darker into this area as we go around.
Makes no sense.
I should have said something sooner.
Yeah, thanks.
What hurt you, Grandpa? Or your family? And then it was just what we were doing.
Anyway,
I just thought I'd
but
be
yes, that's my little spiel. When you're in real life, LA, someone insulted you. Don't remember what they said, but you're about to kick all their asses.
What hurt you,
Yeah.
Grandpa?
More prone. Well, were they a homeless person? Because I feel like homeless people are definitely prone to insult.
Thought I was being selfish. That I could just stick it out and eventually I would feel how I was supposed to.
Didn't want to hurt me, huh?
And I love you so much. Even still, it's just not.
You, Danielle. Like, how? Why are you doing this to me? Okay.
Eddie,
Let me go.
Eddie,
Let me go.
I'm sorry.
You've done enough.
I'm sorry. Eddie! Eddie!
Dang.
Not you.
Every time I get out of my car, I'm like, what's gonna happen?
Well, it's not totally unlikely. So I was driving around a friend of mine from New York, and it's funny, they we all had to go somewhere, and we decided that
Damn it! Fallen soldier!
that we had to go the quick route. You know, I was like, hey, do y'all want to go the quick route or the scenic route? And, you know, we were running late because they had organized the event for us to go to. And
You know, in the old days. In the real
I-
old days.
we ended up taking a quicker route. And then somewhere along the quicker route,
Talk about
instead of taking a scenic route, like this was their visual of LA, there was a homeless dude, shirtless, with his pants down, taking a poop on the side of the road. Out of all the days for it to be happening, you know, just amusing that it happened on that one day that we just happened to be taking a quick route. And whatever reason, today is not a good talking day for me. So,
You know, in the old days,
we're going to be
in the really old days, we used to build
having various conversational
tossing offerings to drive away evil spirits.
derailments. I like that word. Oh, Mizu came up with that. Derailments.
As I was saying, that's why it's called a bonfire. And the Old English meaning bonfire. Build a pile of old bones and burn away the shadows. Because from here on in, the shadows get deeper. The nights get longer. We're heading into the dark and we have to hang on to each other. So we can only carry so much. So, you know what any old bones to throw? Alright, let's start.
Yeah, so what was I used to do interviews, and I wish we could do a voice chat on this. But, you know, but like with texting and everything, you know, how would you describe submarine life? Without giving away any secrets, obviously, right? I know there's some top secret information on those submarine. Man, being on a submarine has to be like one of the most secretive things, because there's so much that goes on them. Like they're the most like hidden military equipment probably, other than like secret bases and stuff, right? Like no one ever sees a submarine in the ocean, but I can see like a military base. You know, I can see like a military base as I drive by Camp Pendleton or like, you know, whatever. I could see that military base, but I've never been like in the ocean on a cruise and just suddenly saw a submarine. And I guess it's probably one of those things, if you're seeing a submarine, you're probably like in danger or something. I don't know.
I think they would be too. What about you, Poppins?
The American submarine. I saw this, I was on,
No, thank you.
what's that place called? Coronado Island. So Coronado Island, for those of you that don't know, I'm sure Butts for Chairs knows, but Coronado Island is where the Navy SEALs train. So if you don't know what a Navy SEAL is, one of America's elite military force, you know, top secret special force people, etc., etc. But that said, that's where the Navy SEALs train, is on Coronado Island. And I was there one day just wandering around because it's a publicly open space, but they have a Navy base right nearby. And it was really interesting because this one day, I guess they were doing military drills with these like, they're not actually called helicopters. I posted a video on YouTube and someone corrected me when I said helicopter. I think they're called Osprey. So basically it's like, you know, these planes, or these aircraft, I guess is the proper term. These aircraft have like these two wings on each side, almost like a futuristic spaceship. And they have these two or propellers on each side. So I don't know what it's called, but I think someone called it an Osprey. And what was so interesting about watching them as they were flying over was the fact that I could start to hear them. And then, like, it wasn't until it was, like, really close that I could actually see them. And then within, like, I could watch it, like, fly toward me. I would watch it fly toward me over the horizon in the ocean, and then curve around. And it wasn't until, like, it was really close that I saw it. And I probably only saw it for a good, like, 10 seconds before it disappeared again. I was just fascinated at how quickly this this plane, or this aircraft, I guess is the proper term for it, could just disappear just like that. You know, you hear it, 5 seconds later, it's gone. You know, you hear it, you see it, and I can only imagine what that would be like if you were actually, like, you know, out and about in a military, facing off against the United States Navy, and then suddenly, you know, how quick these aircraft just like disappear and come back. And I'm sure there's probably way better, even more fascinating equipment now. You know, I love seeing like new technology that's like cloaking devices, because surely someone has figured out how to figure out cloaking devices, especially for, I mean, of course for aircraft, like stealth stuff, but anyway, I was absolutely amazed that day. They do cool stuff on Coronado Island. Probably one of the best places to visit if you get a chance to go to San Diego and you want to see some very cool Americana style homes. Like, I'm pretty sure generals and like admirals or whatever. I don't know what the terms for the military rankings are, but I'm sure like lots of generals and admirals and stuff live there. I think general's Army, right? And then admiral's like Navy or something. But all the houses are so nice. And like, if you've ever wanted a taste of like Americana as a style in a neighborhood, Coronado is the place to go. If you want in San Diego. It is one of those cities where it's just like a taste of America. It's really a fascinating little town. But like, not like, you know, New England America, but just like a taste of good old patriotic American style living. It's a famous little island. And I think there's times of the year when you can actually go and watch like Navy SEALs train, which isn't all the time, but you definitely can. So SEALs are crazy, not insane, but they're basically killing robots. Yeah, I mean, these aren't necessarily Navy SEALs, but I was driving through a local college campus. I guess I could say it. I was driving through, because it's public. I was driving through UCLA campus one morning and I was getting coffee like really early. This is like as the sun was rising. And I just started walking around, or not walking around. I was driving. I was just finishing my coffee, and I was like, and I was leaving. And then suddenly, this huge group of people wearing green. They were wearing green outfits. I'm pretty sure they were, you know, training for Marines. But they were just like, they were doing this chant, and then at the end of every chant, they would say, "Kill, kill, kill, kill." Mind you, this is like breakfast time while people are getting up, moving around the campus. And I was just blown away. I was like, yeah, okay. So that's what they train for, you know? I felt shocked as like a regular human being, a regular civilian, just driving through, hearing them say that. But just to realize that, you know, on a daily basis, that's probably what they train to do. That's what they numb themselves to, I guess. And yeah, I guess, you know, I've never experienced like that in person, so it's pretty interesting to see. I guess there was like a training office there or something. I don't know, but really fascinating. Since you mentioned the idea of killing robots, I don't know. I mean, I don't know if that's like a robotic thing to just chant kill before you've even had coffee. But just made me think of that. But anyway, special thanks to all the military service people who, you know, have steeled themselves in their wills in order to protect the safety of every other American alive. And not only have you had to deal with, did they deal with some mind-blowing, life-altering, crazy, scary crap, but you know, you come back here and then you know, you try to figure out your lives again. So that's pretty wild. So since we're talking about it, I'm very thankful to the American military service people. So here we go. We're gonna go with a straight line down here. Let's go straight line, straight line. Just...
Right before.
I don't think I could draw a straight line. Think the Air Force has the best facilities? I wouldn't know. Not my.
Did you know? I'll sort them out for you if they have to.
I wonder if how Space Force is doing.
Their boyfriend. Give it up, man. It's over. Seriously, please. How are you still standing?
Everybody's always going crazy in these ghost movies. How come no one's ever like, I'm not crazy, I'm seeing ghosts?
Or consulted a psychic.
Or some, like, yeah, a priest or...
Supernatural expert.
Like, there's so many people out there who have written books that are like, hey, I'm a ghost expert. You know, maybe one of them is probably actually a ghost expert.
Yeah, come here to like fill the place out. Ghost hunters.
Just forget about it. It's my fault. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Just. Jamie, you were just telling me. Literally telling me about it, please. Just. Let's get back. Another night, baby. Another time, baby.
Here's an old joke. Let's see. I'll read this joke by another but-for chair. There's an old joke. The soldier said, "Yes, sir." The Marine said, "Yes, sir." The sailor said, "Why, sir?" Okay. So what is the can you explain the I mean, I can just laugh at it as a regular civilian and be like, "Oh, haha." Like, sure. The sailor is like questioning, but is there like more context into that joke that maybe would go over a typical person's head? Is there a, you know, just thinking that, like, are sailors known for questioning things, or what's the, you know, what's the...
It's silly first, but I thought you might like to have these.
Definitely lots of jokes that would go over the typical person's head that I'm sure military people would probably instantly get.
I can't stand to look at them. I couldn't bear to throw them away, so I thought, please.
So I'm having a weird time with this pencil because, you know, obviously these are very big ears and the lines are very thick, but I think they're pretty much zoomed in on these ones. So I'm feathering these lines rather than just creating a nice solid line. And I don't really like the feathered look because it just looks funny, but I guess whatever has to happen has to happen. So let's see, let's go down like this to about the center here. So I have to practice my skills of going over the same line over and over. I guess no one should ever have to explain their jokes, right? Like, comedians don't explain their jokes. If you ever have like a niche joke, it's nice to just keep it niche. Let the people who truly understand it appreciate it and be in the know for laughing.
So good.
So, Kat, the same woman who was in the other one, what's her role?
There's two of the same women that were in
The one that plays the mom.
She's not in this one.
I could have swore I saw her at the beginning.
Nope, not her.
Okay.
One that played the sister, and one that played in the Pendulum. That's his daughter.
Skating?
Miles. Alright, it's a good session for some drawing here. It's good old Saturday. If you're snowed in, or if you're trying to find something to do, if you're looking for a new hobby, if you're seeking inspiration, maybe all you got to do is pick up a pencil and pen and get a piece of paper and just start copying something. Just copy. One thing about this is it's a very mind-freeing activity. I mean, I personally feel like I get into flow. I could do this for hours and hours and hours most days. But at the same time, you know, I don't really know, like for me, I don't know why anybody wouldn't enjoy this. So maybe you know, I don't know. I can't understand why anybody wouldn't enjoy sitting down with a pen and pencil and just like drawing. That actually blows my mind, right? Like it's almost like, you know, I can't understand why some people don't play video games. I like video games, but I've actually met people who have said that they can't stand video games. Like, they will never play a video game. And I guess that's similar to what I'm experiencing with drawing. Is like, I can't understand why some people would not find the same type of enjoyment I do out of drawing. But I absolutely love drawing. Anything to do with making something, creation. Even though this isn't, I don't consider this a creative exercise. But I do consider this an exercise that helps you to improve creative activities, because it helps you think of forms and look at things in new ways and know how to see, if that's your goal. Is just how do you see, how do you look at things. I highly recommend drawing as an exercise. It does relate to society too. I like the notion of gophers at work. So the sailors are just as disciplined and tough or whatever, but we have enough common sense to question authority. Yeah, enough common sense to question authority. Yeah. I mean, are you allowed to question authority in the military? I don't know.
I don't think so.
Yeah, I think things are just the way they are. I wonder how someone would do if all they did was just question, like what would happen if someone just constantly asked the drill instructor questions all day long? I don't know if they would last very long. I'd like to see a movie like that, just like a comedy about, or even just like a video sketch of like the guy who asks too many questions to the drill instructor or the drill sergeant or whatever. I don't know what they would call in the Navy. I know different branches have different names for their for their drill people. But that would definitely be a sketch I want to watch just for the humor of it. Like, what happens when you ask too many questions to a drill instructor? But I guess also, like, you know, you're supposed to ask clarifying questions. Like, you don't want someone who just blindly goes into battle without asking questions, like clarifying if they don't understand. But at the same time, it's like, you know, it makes you wonder, like, you're also not supposed to ask questions. You're just supposed to, you know, it's hard to think your way. I imagine it's hard to like process information in the, you know, in the middle of combat. Like, you can't process, hey, I need to run up this hill and take this bunker by thinking it through. You really just have to like overcome any sort of like mental, and again, I'm talking out of my ass here. I'm just guessing as to how this probably actually happens. But, you know, based on my experience in real life, not in real life, but like, you know, just based on my experience of trying to take over my own fears, like, I don't know, like, I wouldn't know how I would go into battle. Like, I don't know. Am I talking out of my ass? Any military people able to speak to that? Like, how does one get the courage to, and we're going back to World War II here, like, you know, to jump through the what's it called? The trenches. How do you cross, or how do you get yourself to cross over that trench and prepare basically to cross through to the other line? How do you get yourself, you know, how do you think through this process? You know, I don't think it's possible to think it. You just have to like, just has to be like, I mean, obviously a lot of luck, but I don't know. The image that keeps popping on my mind is World War II, where, you know, the iconic photo of those, I don't know if they're Marines or if they were soldiers. I guess every branch was involved with the taking of Normandy, the storming of Normandy, D-Day. I think every military branch was in D-Day. But, you know, that's the image that's on my mind right now. I'm like, how did, like, you know, you can't process that. It's just mind-blowing. I mean, I guess the whole time that you're on that boat that's about to go in there, it's just, you are thinking, you know, you're scared, you're thinking, and, you know, what are they? That's scary, man. My goodness. All those lives, all that fear, and you just have to put it away and go do it. I have no words, because it's just mind-boggling to me what that experience could possibly be like. You are allowed to question or even disobey an order if it is illegal or unconstitutional. It's a false notion that Hollywood has propagated. You have to be brave. Yeah. That's good. So, good to know. Good to know that you're allowed to ask questions, and that people can question when something seems unconstitutional or illegal. That's awesome. Anyway.
Hey, Simba. How's it going, buddy?
So here we go. We're going with this ear here, going down, bringing in some more details. Gonna tighten up the shadows around the ear here. We're just gonna actually make it tighter. You say it's stinky in there?
Yeah, it's got that burnt smell.
In the kitchen? Are you making fun of my cooking?
No, not at all, but
I'm kidding.
you get oil.
You're making fun of my cooking?
No, you're cooking tasty. You do know how to burn a pan.
Yep. But at least the food tastes good after.
Oh yeah.
My secret to cooking is to burn everything. To burn everything and let the char, burn it just enough so that the char gives everything flavor.
That is true.
That's my secret to cooking. Being brave is a requirement for... Yes. I think this is a good topic of discussion. Bravery. You know, it's one of those things that really separates people. You know, people that are able to continue on and, you know, do things, and then people who struggle with everyday life and not being able to handle some things.
Yeah.
I guess it's probably, you know, there's definitely things in our everyday life that we could probably face better, right? Gotta tackle our life's choices, our decisions. It's not the same type of bravery as I was just saying about, you know, as we were just talking about, like World War II stuff, but asking your boss for a raise. I guess that's a form of bravery. Not the same kind, but a little different. Or getting yourself to like just go outdoors in the cold. I mean, is that considered bravery? What are some examples of bravery in everyday life, in a typical civilian day? What are some forms of bravery? Having the courage to stand up for what's right. There we go. So let's see. This is all right. This is all right. Okay, cool. So we got this ear. This ear is actually this ear, and you know, it's so weird because with this pencil, the shadows really don't do a good job of showing up. These shadows right here. So this went from a art chat to a complex discussion on the philosophy of bravery and the mental process of military people in World War II. But fortunately, we can go in other ways. Stand up to work bullies. Yeah, that's good. Firefighter horns sound better than in Chicago. Oh, you hear a firefighter? Was there a firefighter horn?
Huh?
Was there a firefighter horn just now? I didn't even notice it. We do have cats. There's a cat, and they were making some meowing noises that could have been confused. There might have been a horn. I feel like there probably was a horn. There's always horns here. It's become like a normal, just everyday thing. Like, we actually live.
We live next to it.
Yeah, we live close to a.
It hurts them.
We live very close to a fire station, so there's always horns. Anytime there's an emergency nearby, we hear a horn. So let's see how this line lines up. The angles of my lines are usually... Alright, that angle's okay.
Right?
So let's go like this. We're going to use this pencil. We're going to go...
Oh, you want some too?
So Misa, you back from town yet already?
Alright, Simba.
Mr. Omizu is back from town. Back from town. Omizu, Lord Omizu of Sector 527395 of the Land of Huzzah.
Poor Simba. Go. Poor Simba. He can't catch a break. Look. What's that in front of you? Come here. Simba.
It's his fault for being slow.
Here. One move slow. No.
Simba's fault. It's not the kitten's fault. Don't blame the kittens. They're just kittens.
Push him out of the way. Don't let him get to the food.
Simba's got to fight for his food, his meal.
We shouldn't have to. He lives here. He's been here first. He was the... Ooh. Crap. Open the fridge.
Okay. Fiasco here.
No. Simba, have some here. Simba, take it. Come over here and eat. Now you're leaving?
Lupe Fiasco.
Guys.
Yo, Michael, what's up? Are you drawing with us? You doing a drawing chat? Standing up to work bullies is a great way to exercise bravery. Going out at night knowing you're going to a rough area. I guess that's brave, I guess. But, I mean, as a police officer, that would be pretty brave, yeah. Bravery is watching someone draw. That's far better than this saying is brave. Okay. What's on my... Oh, yeah. I mean, we definitely we live near fire people, so we constantly hear stuff. One of my guys went through in CA with the fire. It's going to take bravery to come back. Oh, shoot. Yeah, dude. Another great example of bravery. Lost their homes. Man. You know, can you imagine, like, building up... I mean, you probably can't imagine. It's really difficult to imagine. But, like, spending your life building your way up all the way to a $5 million, $10 million home. A lot of over $150 billion of damage was done in the Pacific Palisades. Those homes start at like $5 million. And can you imagine like building all the way up to that? to a $5 million house, and then just suddenly it's gone. And then now they have to like figure out how to navigate their life. And then, you know, then there's other people that I was like seeing stories from on the news. There was this one woman who, like, she also saved up her whole life. You know, she just barely was scraping by, got this house, and then her house was basically her like only equity in anything, and that burned down in Altadena. Pretty wild what's happening. Yes. And it's just, yeah. But you know what? That's not why the fire people are here right now. So I live in an area in LA that really hasn't been too affected by fires. I feel like Michael's gonna stream snipe me one day. Yeah, 50K per lot. I mean, I don't know how much, because so from my understanding, what happens what's happening right now is obviously there's some people that were renting, so they're in a whole different situation than people that actually own the houses. So like, I guess if you own the house, you're pretty much, you still have to pay your mortgage, but where you can actually get assistance is in rebuilding the actual house itself. So that's pretty wild. So you do have to pay a mortgage because the land is technically still around, but you don't have to. What you do have to do, that's a lot of work, is find a place to stay between the rebuilding of your home and then and that time, yeah, just that time. Find a place to stay between that time. And like, to make matters even worse, they said a lot of people out here, a lot of homes were totally, oh yeah, a lot of people got screwed by these insurance companies because the insurance companies had had canceled policies or like let policies lapse and didn't renew them. So a lot of people were lacking fire insurance, which means, you know, they're not able to get the same recovery as some other homes that had plenty of fire insurance. And, you know, also, there's going to be all sorts of stories. I mean, there's wild. There's such a wide range of people that were affected, you know. Wide range of people. I met one artist. She had one gallery. She had a gallery show. I was fortunate to go to her gallery show. And I don't want to say her name because I don't know if she wants the whole world to know what happened or if it was just a gallery. But she said that she lost 13 years of artwork. 13 years of art in the fire. 13 years. It's crazy. 13 years of art. You know what I found fascinating though was like, she seemed very resilient because you know, her family was there, so supportive of her, and her family was like all, you know, they were still very outgoing, enthusiastic. They seemed to still have their spirit for life, which, you know, I think it really affected her a lot because of all the art that was lost. But I was just really amazed that her family just seemed so resilient and positive despite what had transpired in just a week ago. So Omizu said something, but I hadn't read it yet. Let me get back to that message right in a moment here. So Omizu says, Omizu said he had uncles who were actual samurai, like an uncle, like somebody who was alive in, I don't know how many generate, like someone that was alive in 1940, I guess. Alexa, when was the last samurai?
According to an Alexa Answers contributor, The Last Samurai is a 2003 epic period action drama film directed and co-produced by Edward Swift.
Alexa, cancel.
I knew she's gonna tell you.
I know, me too. I knew she was gonna tell me about the movie. Alexa, who was the last samurai in Japan?
In real life.
In real life. Alexa, who was the last samurai in Japan in real life?
According to an Alexa Answers contributor, Saigo Takamori was the last samurai of Japan.
Alexa, what year did Sako Takamura die?
From NIH.gov, Sako passed away on January 17, 2023, due to a brain tumor.
She might have someone wrong though. Oh, so if she had the right person, because she's at NIH, that's a health organization.
Yes.
So that could mean she was confusing him with a doctor or something. But that's pretty cool that you had samurai in your family. Great uncles. Any idea? Like, are you able to share the samurai name of your uncles? Because like I know like historically the family name of the samurai would always be like very important. You could know so much about a samurai family by their name if you're open to sharing it. You don't have to though. We went through back and keep going. Yeah, all those people been back in town. Cat said no. Yeah, our cats can talk. They say things. Won't be seeing that much insurance payout. The insurance will cover the cost of rebuild. And you know, losing loved ones and keeping on going without them. Civilian life has so many chaotic situations that require bravery. Probably more than in the military. More than in the military? I mean, you know what? Since you're the veteran and you're saying that, I guess we'll just have to like, you know, go with it. But I don't know. I mean, I would say that in wartime, there's definitely a lot more situations that require a different type of bravery. But yeah, I think you know, civilian as a civilian, we have a lot of challenges. We all have challenges, you know, that require us to get through the day, to make choices, to do hard things. All the memories are gone, right? So many things were lost. Cruiser, Tom Cruise. Last time was a movie. Tom Cruise. Surname of Mogami. Under samurai were disbanded. Samurai families still pass on knowledge and tradition that they had a samurai ancestor. You started Civil War in your backyard, ended the Civil War in your front yard. Wilbert McLean. John McLean? So you're friends with John McLean? Can we look up Mogami? Would you be? I'm kind of curious to see what Wikipedia has to say about the samurai Mogami family.
Simba, do you have to eat?
I could sign up. Find out what you mean. Yeah.
You have to eat?
I guess that requires, you know, a level of bravery too. Alright, so here's what we found about the Mogami clan. Who's here? Mogami clan. Let me see. This is the Mogami clan. That's a cool symbol. The lines. Just straight lines going across. And the Sengoku, they were the daimyos. Daimyo means like they were the ultra rulers, right? A daimyo is like the ruling, the powerful Japanese magnates, feudal lords. A daimyo. They were subordinate to the shogun, nominally to the emperor and the kugi. And I don't know what nominally means. But shogun, shogun's the top ruler of the military. Shogun is a military ruler who fights for the emperor, I think. That's what the shogun is. So daimyo is basically... What is the definition of nominally? In name only, officially though, perhaps not in reality. What? Nominally means in name only. So they were subordinate to the shogun and in name only to the emperor. I don't really know what that means, because like if you're close to the emperor, that means you should be a part of the shogun. But anyway, I guess daimyo is pretty important. The final ruler was Mogami Yoshiaki. So Mogami Yoshiaki, he died in... I guess the final ruler, the Shiba clan, was a Japanese clan. Cool. Mogami clan derived from Shiba, got orders, army in Ou, Tokuho, Akita prefecture. So they ruled the Dewa province, comprising of modern-day Yamagata, prefecture Akita. I don't really know what all these locations are, but Hiroshige. You know, this is one thing I recognize: the artwork, the Hiroshige art piece. Hiroshige Ukiyo-i Dewa, in the famous scenes of the 60 states. So Saigo Takamori is credited as the last samurai who died in 1877. So I guess a great uncle would definitely be in the 1900s, or the late 1800s, which I'm sure there's probably a handful of samurai, you know, quite a lot of samurai back then. Still, but they were, I guess, probably declining. All right, hey, take care, Bud for Chair. Thanks so much for tuning in. Good chat with you. Who is Wilbur McLean? Is that really, you really want us to do that? Look that up. Who is Wilbur McLean? Watch out for zombies and killer robots. Well, watch out for zombies. I was just talking about zombies today. Yeah, they're important. They are important to watch out for. You don't want to get stuck in a zombie infestation. But in a case of zombies and finding killer robots, hopefully those killer robots are helpful to you. You know, it's interesting. So this is a bit too angled. It's crazy how just a little bit of an angle can cause a problem in your sketch. But anyway, Wilbur McLean. Well, there's Wilmer McLean, and then there's Wilmer McLean. That's the only person I could find. But here, let's do some drawing here. Let's not. I don't want to get too off track. Don't want to get too off track here. A little off track's okay, but let's get at least finish this sketch before we. Whenever I go to an art class, or like any sort of class, such as like painting or drawing, or if I join a group that's like a sketching group or something, it usually annoys me when all they do is talk and not paint. So I'm kind of being a bit of a something that I'm hypocritically usually opposed to. So I'm being kind of a hypocrite right now. Yeah, like when I go to like a acting class or something, sometimes you have a teacher that just talks for 4 hours straight, and I guess I kind of do that too. But this isn't. I guess I'm not a teacher, so you know it's a little bit different. But okay. To the Honda clan. Hey, that's cool. What a story there. So, Mizu, what is your knowledge of, like, you know, how the idea of a clan manifests today? Like, are there still people that like hold on? I don't know if you know this. I mean, this might be totally like culturally ignorant of me to ask, but like, you know, do people still kind of like talk about clans and you know, that cultural thing, or is that pretty much like, no, not anymore? Nobody in Japan ever, you know, discusses their clans they used to be in, and it doesn't hold any weight anymore or whatever. I mean, obviously now, like, if you're in the Honda family and your last name is Honda, you'll probably, you know, get welcome to a lot of places simply because you're one of the wealthiest people on the planet. But, you know, as far as the OG clans go, that, you know, I wonder how that ends up working out. I guess that's probably a question to ask someone who's like very ingrained in Japanese culture. And here we go. We got this ear. We're going to go bring this part of the ear down right here. Right here. Let's go add some hash marks. So we're going to go right there, right there. And then we're going to go right here.
just fade or let it roll. Any of us could die at any moment. Or we could figure out our entire lives with just like dying. So then, think about it. We can't count on our future either. No past, no future.
Oh my God.
Here we go.
Like you have a past, you have a future. Now I'd argue you can cancel this. Oh, sweet Trump.
Yay, we did a thing, people. We did a thing. Should be proud of ourselves. We've done a thing. We finished an ear. Took a long time, but we talked about a lot of things since we started, but we finished it.
I mean, I can. Sorry to say it. I shouldn't say it. It's a horrible thing to say. But
So don't say it. Huh?
You'll say it.
it's a bit of a relief. It's not my fault. I'm gonna tap it.
And let's see. They're called the. They're called the. I see. Good joke. Have you? I wonder if that. I wonder how the game is. The game Yakuza. I've heard good things, but I've never played it. I've been tempted recently to pick it up on my PS5, but just never. Never did. So let's keep doing this. Let's keep making some artwork here. Gonna build up our figures, our ears. I'm gonna paint some medium-sized ears now. As you can see right in here, we're gonna do some medium-sized ears. Let's do it.
Live. Do whatever the hell occurs to us in the bloody moment.
That's my bird. No. Fuck.
Oh, we still can.
So sorry to interrupt, but I'm turning into a pumpkin. Come on, time to go home.
Alright, well, it's about that time. I'll call you later.
Did he say alcohol you later?
Yep.
Alcohol you later. Alright, so I need to take a water break. I'm gonna stand up and get some, move my legs a little bit and get some water. We'll be back here in a moment to draw some more, do some more evening drawing. Drawing. Be right back, people. Michael, look forward to hearing about your progress on your painting when I get back. All right, that was a nice little break, everybody, and we are back. Just like anywhere, not everyone with that last name is gonna have any connection to the car manufacturer. Yeah, it's true. You know, I went to a school with a lot of people, and they had like cool last names. Like, I knew someone whose last name was Rothschild. And although I never really I never thought to connect the piece like, oh, this is an actual Rothschild, right? It does make me wonder who else might have tried to connect the pieces and been like, whoa, this person's must be like at least one or two family members connected to the Rothschilds. You know, it is. You know, isn't that pretty wild? Like the idea of the Rothschilds. Let's look up the Rothschilds. I'm so curious right now. They're considered what? One of America's most powerful and influential families. Rothschilds. The Rothschild family. Noble banking family, original from Frankfurt. Prominence from the mayor. Paris family elevated noble by the Holy Roman Empire in the but this all started in the 16th century, so the 1500s. And it says they were founded in 1760s, 1577, and it doesn't say they've ever disappeared. So possess the largest private fortune in the world as well as in modern history. Wealth decline over the 20th century has divided among many descendants. The interests cover a range of fields including financial services, real estate, winemaking, energy, agriculture. I mean, that's still a lot. Even though their wealth declined, they're probably still pretty good for a couple of generations. Family's rural architecture exists in northwestern Europe. Okay, so subject to conspiracy theories, etc., etc. Okay, we're not going to go into conspiracy theories, but let's see what they got. Asia Resource, Bank Rothschild, Club Med. I don't recognize any of these bands. British South Africa Company, The Economist Group. I feel like I've never heard of any of these companies. Okay, Shell. Okay, Royal British Shell. I didn't know Shell was a British company as a gas station. Let's see. Rothschild and Co. Based in London. All right. I thought they were an American. For some reason, I always thought Rothschilds were like a really fearsome American company, but they're based in London. They're not even. Overview. Pencil sketch of the Rothschild. That's the founder of the banking dynasty. Families by country. So none of them are even based in America, I think. Families by country: England, France, Austria, Naples. Yeah, that just blows my mind. For some reason, I thought that the Rothschilds were like this secret ruling family in America, but it doesn't even seem like they're based in America. It seems like they're based in England. All right, well, that's totally new to me. All right, I was saying I love you, buddy, to my cat. In case anybody's wondering. If anybody was wondering what I would say I love you, buddy, to, it's my cat. And tonight's drawing session is going to go for quite a while. We will go for hours. I'm going to be on here till at least, my goal is 9 p.m. tonight, which means 2.5 more hours, maybe longer, but we'll see. So here we go. This pencil has started to lose its sharpness, but I'm going to keep going just a little bit. If I criticize my ear, if I criticize this ear, I would say that this line was not straight enough. We're going to go into this ear. So let's go. And here we go, just copying. That's all I do all day. Professional forgery here. Forgery of public domain sketches. They're not even good. Just kidding. They're great, but you can easily tell that they are not authentic. From the real Charles Bargue. And here we go. We're gonna go like, it's gonna curve down pretty straight. And here we go. We're gonna go. Cat, can you turn that down a little? I got my headphones in and it's really loud. And here we go. Bring that up. So we're going to make these lines right here onto this ear. Let's go. Thanks, Kat. And we're going to go like this, bring this down. And we're going to go like that. And here we go. So and we're gonna go like this. This ear is very poorly done. So I can already see some of the angles are off. build this up. This angle could have been much more angled better, but it's all right. Yeah, because this should not. That's not bad, actually. So let's go like this. Let's go bring this in. And there we go. Build this up, down. And here we go. I'm going to carve this around right here. And building up this ear with our pencil here, building it up, building it up. So let's see, we got some roundness, round some here, round that out. And that's one thing about this drawing style is you really have to, I think it works really well with, if you go to like, if at some point you decide to go into like painting, because you know, with painting, you can actually paint around these like angles, but I guess with this, I have a eraser. I just don't like the mess of an eraser, which is why I love painting or drawing with a pen. But maybe I should just use it and get used to it. I'm not a big fan of using pencils. I mean, yeah, actually, all right. You know, I'm not a big fan of using pencils in general, because there's like so many tools that you need to use. Like you got to use like a blender stick, and you got to use all these things. Like I really just want to use like a brush, you know, or I just want to use one pencil. I don't want to use all these things. But anyway, let's build this ear up. We're going to go here. Build that. And then we're going to go like this. Yeah, this ear, I'm not too happy with this ear right now. Huh. Let's go like this here, bring this down, round this out right here. This is why I stick with this is why I stick with painting, because when it comes to drawing and these shadows, this is a totally is a totally
Here's Ben, and then here's us.
somewhat alien to me. But let's keep going. Let's go until exhaustion. Let's burn out, people. I don't recommend that, by the way, but I've always liked pushing myself a little further and then taking lots of breaks and then burning out. And then getting back into it and realizing how awesome it is when it comes to any, like, you know, when I first ran my first marathon, I was training for about like it probably took me about 4 or 5 years before I committed to doing my first marathon. And, you know, I gotta say, there's definitely times that I burned out a lot, but, you know, it was through those times of burnout. I'm not saying burnout's good, you know, different for everybody. But for me, I feel like if I burned out, and by the way, it's different for every situation, right? Like, you don't want to burn yourself out at work. You know, everybody's different. You don't want to burn yourself out, like, and get injured. But I definitely found a lot of value in, you know, training to this point where I was like, dang, I need a break. And then realizing that as long as I can still do the activity, I haven't, you know, burning out, I can still go back to it. You know, burning out at work, that's harder to recover from because you can't really take you know, you can't really just act burnt out and then try to like act like everything's normal again. Because if you burn out, your coworkers are going to notice, you know, your boss is going to be upset at you for things. So burning out at work, I'm talking about something totally different than that, but just like this idea, what does burnout really mean, right? As far as a thing like artwork, like painting or physical fitness. Now, burning out in physical fitness, I think, could mean injury, so that can be a problem. But you know, working to a point where we're like, yeah, okay, you feel like you need a break for maybe a day, 2 days, a month. But when you come back to it, you'll be so much stronger or better. I tend to go almost all out on any activity that I do. Any activity that I commit myself to doing. And I've definitely burned out from art before, but at the same time, you know, realizing that just because you burn out doesn't mean you have to quit forever. It doesn't mean that you have to give up forever. Just means that you gotta take a little break. You know, after college, there was, you know, you get burnt out of college, and as long as you finish, and you know, you keep going, committing yourself to doing things afterwards, you'll do great. So here we go, building this up. That's how I feel about burnout. I actually welcome the idea, depending on the situation, I welcome the idea that, you know, I work hard enough and put enough effort into something that I do burn out. And we're not talking about like total burnout to like, you know, where I break a finger and I can't, you know, permanently can't ever draw again. But burning out in a more positive sense, like, you know, you build that muscle to fatigue. You train yourself to, you know, do these things that you want to do. I mean, you could burn out of video games, right? Like, you play a video game so much that, you know, you got to stop playing, and then you go back to it, you know, You burn out of anything. And honestly, I don't know why some people welcome burnout from playing a video game. They'll play video games for hours on end. I know this from experience, but they'll play video games for hours on end. And then I've heard, you know, and people on Reddit, they talk about this, like, you know, they burn out. But why is that welcome, but not burnout for things that, such as a activity such as drawing? Because I see people on Reddit and they talk about they're scared to burn out. They're scared, like, you shouldn't paint or draw or practice artwork for more than a couple hours, for more than like an hour a day, or even a couple hours a week, because you're going to burn out. And I find it so interesting that, you know, I don't think they would be saying the same thing about an activity, like, you know, they treat it as if it's a non-enjoyable activity. It's a, you know, something like that. But, you know, if you ask them, I would imagine if you ask them, hey, you know, how often should you play video games? Play it until you know, until you can't anymore. But with that said, I welcome the potential burnout that comes. Yeah, don't be a burnout. You don't want to be a burnout. You don't want to be somebody who goes hard and then just quits. But I don't mind the actual the burning out. I actually welcome it to some level. Because, you know what, it helps you get progress quickly. It helps you get progress in a certain way. And as long as it's something that you could keep doing, unlike, you know, again, depends on the situation of burning out, but you can always go back to it. I think it's okay to burn out on something that that you can go back to, but not necessarily letting it define you and then becoming a burnout totally. So anyway, that's my thought on burnout. We're gonna do this for hours on end. But also at times, you know, this little thing that I just was talking about, honestly, I'm just talking. As I'm talking, I realize I'm talking myself into a hole. I don't know if I can actually justify what I'm saying. So I'm actually making stuff up, if I'm going to be honest with you. And honest with anybody who's listening. Don't be, but, you know, the best advice is don't be a burnout. Don't hurt yourself. Don't give up because you're tired. And at the end of the day, I think, yeah. So also don't listen to the random YouTuber who rambles for hours on end, that rambles about stuff for hours on end. I think that's the best wisdom anybody could take. The rambling YouTuber who is trying to do two activities at once, aka drawing and sharing a motivational talk. It never works out well when they try to do the same thing, those two things at the same time. Never works out well. Actually, no, never is a strong word. Once in a while it might work out, but for the most part, probably not. I don't know of anybody who can actually give a good motivational speech while doing an activity that requires their brains. Except maybe Omizu. Omizu's good at a lot of things. He's an artiste that can do cool stuff while talking. Don Drell's really good at that. Don Drell Lee Artistry. If any of you are following him, he's a live streaming artist as well. And you know what? If you want to feel motivated and inspired, his channel is a wonderful channel to go to, and he can like do art and inspire you at the same time. It's pretty cool. I find that as a gift of a skill if someone is able to be able to share inspiring words while doing something. So anyway, let's see. We're gonna go like this. Yo, Eddie Sedgwick, what's going on? Eddie, how you doing? Hope 2025, happy Edie, not Eddie. Yeah, Edie, what's going on? How are you? What's the latest? Yes, New Year's going all right. So I live in Los Angeles where all the fires have been happening. And, this might sound unusual, but it's almost hard for me to let's talk about this feeling of guilt here. Let's talk about some actual emotions. And I'm not going to turn this into a big cry fest or anything. But, there's been all these fires in Los Angeles. If I'm sure everyone's heard the news. But there's these fires in Los Angeles. People's places are burning down all around, and I'm like, is it okay to go on with my day? Is it okay to and obviously I've been doing this, but is it okay to be happy when all this bad stuff's happening around? And there's almost like this feeling of guilt. But overall, me as an individual, yes, I'm good, thank you. And I'm not seeking sympathy or anything, because I've not been affected. I have not been affected by the fires myself. I am totally safe. But there have definitely been times when I'm online and people are talking about trying to find their next home, and I'm just like, is it okay for me to to just be going about my day as usual, painting, art, talking, enjoying myself? I don't know. Yeah. So I just sharpened this pencil. What's really cool about this pencil, the STAEDTLER, is it has a built-in pencil sharpener. But you got to be careful, because once you sharpen it, all of the part of the lead gets stuck in there. So I got to go empty this out. I'll be right back. Edie Sedgwick, that's an actress.
Yeah.
Huh?
Yeah.
Okay. I love you too. I love my kitties. I love my cats. And I love cat. I always tell my cats I love them. Maybe a little too much. Maybe I say it too much. Do I give y'all too much love? Here, look at this one right here. What's up, Pookie? She's a cute one. Yeah, a form of survivor's guilt. But you know what I do find is interesting is the people who are online that are telling me I'm not allowed to enjoy myself. That are saying, hey, how are you going on about your day when all this is happening are people who are not actually affected. You know, people who, I guess, you know, they probably feel so much survivor's guilt that they feel it necessary to make everybody else feel it. I don't know. Because I remember, I guess the timing was pretty bad, but I had posted art on a local community group on Nextdoor, and someone had commented, how could you, you know, possibly paint and talk about art when, you know, all this stuff is happening? And then it made me think about, like, you know, so many great artists lost their lives in World War I, World War II. You know, so many artists were lost in World War I, World War II, and I can only imagine, like, what it was like to be an artist at that time and, you know, not get pulled into the war and to have a form of, you know, to even be doing art during when, you know, Pablo Picasso doing art when, you know, the cities are being attacked and literal, like, entire cities are being taken over, but still making art. Like, and today I feel like with social media, it's like unacceptable. You know, when you're on social media, if there was like something going on, something horrible going on, you know, and you do YouTube videos of cats, you know, I feel like someone would virtually guaranteed be there to tell you how that you're not supposed to be doing that because there's bad things going on. But I feel like without social media, you know, I guess the artist could figure it out. I don't know. I mean, it'd be interesting to interview people who are artists during World War II, but I don't think any of them are really alive. I mean, they'd have to be, let's say if they were 20 years old, an artist at 20 years old in World War II would be 20. They must have been born in their 20s, so they'd be over 100 years old right now. Stop rubbing yourself on everything, little pookie. Pookie. I don't know. Talking about survivor's guilt now, everybody. A very serious subject. Is being in the city. Oh yeah, so anyway, you're in New York City. It's 32 degrees. Wonderful. Freezing. Winter Wonderland. Is that the vibe you're getting there still? Is it a winter wonderland? I think Manhattan gets pretty windy. Mostly like if you're close to the... I guess you're answering the question right now. Let me read. You can't keep up. It can be, yes, depending on how hard the wind blows. Skyscraper canyons channel the wind. I always say dress for 20 degrees colder than you. Wow. Okay. Yes. So do you live close to one of the city the coasts, or I guess the docks? I don't know what you would call. I don't know if you could call it a coast. Can you, like the area that's closest to the water? Is that a coast, or what do you call the areas close to the water in Manhattan? Pookie. Pookies. Come here, Pookie. She wants attention right now. So I'm gonna give you all the attention you can handle. I'm gonna hold you until you stop bothering me, because I'm gonna bother you for bothering me. Bother you until you're done bothering me. Okay. Alright, are you done? Are you done here? Are you done getting my attention? Have you had enough of my attention, Pookie? Alright, hopefully you're done. Hopefully that's enough for you, huh? A little bit. Suffocate her with love. With hugs. You think you like a cat, but you're afraid you'll get urinary blockage and you can't find a vet with emergency hours? Cats are awesome. I mean, you know what? Like, yeah, I guess. So your fear is that you wouldn't be able to find a vet at the right time? I mean, there's always, like, if you live in a city, there's always emergency vets. I mean, like, what city does... I feel like every city has an emergency vet. The riverfront, is that what it's called? The New York doesn't have a river, though, is it? It's just... It's literally like the ocean. Or a lake or something, I think. Excuse me.
Did you say New York?
Yeah, Manhattan.
Doesn't have a what?
Doesn't have a river.
It has several rivers. It has the Hudson River, the East River.
But the river that's like actually surrounding the island of Manhattan.
The Hudson River.
Oh, so that's a river. Okay, all right. I'm dumb. I don't know my geography.
It's an island
I draw.
surrounded by rivers.
I draw things. And I play with cats. So that's why I'm not a scientist or whatever. Look how beautiful she is. She's such a beautiful kitty. Yes, little beautiful girl. I love that she has these like cute little eyebrows. Ever since she was a baby, she had these like these little white. They're not really eyebrows, but they're just like these markings around her eyes that are just like so cute. Every time she comes back to me, I'm gonna annoy the heck out of her with hugs. And hopefully she gets the hint that if she doesn't want a hug, she has to stay away from me. Oh, she's coming back. If you jump up on this table, Pookie, you're getting a hug. Don't you dare. Yeah, okay. Well, you're getting a hug. Come here, you. Let's see. You see her? That didn't look nice there. She won't leave the hugs alone. What do you want? Getting hugs. One thing about our cats, though, is they never use their nails. Even if she's annoyed at me, she never like uses her nails on me. Which I like. Makes me like her better. Alright, okay, fine. I'm not gonna annoy you. She's got more. Her annoying endurance is higher than mine. She can annoy me for longer than I can annoy her. Alright. That was some fun kitten time. Let's do something else. Let's do this other ear. This ear right here. Let's get a straight line going down. We're gonna go Yeah, let's all motivate Edie to get a kitten. Ah, cat. So according to Edie Sedgwick, the Hudson River isn't a river, it's a tidal inlet.
It is? Oh,
So there you go. It's full of seawater almost as far north as Albany. East River isn't a river either, it's just where the Atlantic Ocean narrows. See, I'm so glad to have people that can tell me cool facts
does that mean it's brackish?
that make me feel okay for not knowing that there was a river there.
Is it brackish water?
I don't know if it's brackish water.
Well, it's
Just where the Atlantic narrows to the land masses, it's full seawater too.
The Atlantic narrows to what?
It narrows between land masses. And here we go. I love how Edie Sedgwick has Edie Sedgwick's name, and I could just call her Edie Sedgwick and pretend like, so it's just like a famous name. Like, oh, music, can you change your name to like Denzel Washington so I could just be like Denzel Washington says, or I'll change my name to Tom Brady. And when I'm inside your live stream, you say, "Hey, Tom Brady, what's up, man? Are you a Tom Brady fan? What's Iowa's football team? Does Iowa have a football team?" Alexa, what is the capital of Iowa?
Iowa's capital is Des Moines.
Des Moines. I don't think Des Moines. Alexa, what is Iowa's major sports team?
From sportspedia.com, the football program of the Iowa State Cyclones represents the intercollegiate football team affiliated with
Alexa off. So the Cyclones. So Iowa's a college football team state. It's not a regular, like, major NFL football league state. But you know, those college football teams are. It's even bigger than regular college football most of the time. Edith is your real first name. Okay, cool. Yeah. Well, no, I mean, I totally understand I totally can appreciate the value of privacy. So, I just think it's interesting. I'm just sharing the fun part of this, of being able to say all that, you know. Yeah, so Edie Sedgwick, Edie Sedgwick is in my live, you know. That's kind of cool. Even if it's not, you know, even if you're not the real Edie Sedgwick. Are you the real Edie Sedgwick? You must be the real Edie Sedgwick. There's no way, no possible way that you're not really Edie Sedgwick. Of course, Edie Sedgwick, the real one, is here watching me do drawings. The Bargue lithos are beautiful. You feel a lot better now. Kat, she says she died in 71, but she feels a lot better now.
Oh my God.
Edie Sedgwick.
Ah.
So I found them to be difficult for a beginner. Well, let's get back to talking about art. We've been derailed so many ways over the past 2.5 hours. So, so they feel difficult for a beginner. I find that so interesting because I feel like Bargue is like the perfect for beginners. I mean, at least like the first few pages. I feel like as you go on, it gets harder, but like, I find that this is just, I don't want to say it's easy. I mean, obviously, like, I find it fairly easy, but obviously if you can't do it, then it's not easy for you. So I don't want to like disregard that feeling. But like looking at this, I'm just so curious. Like, what about having to copy this feels challenging? Maybe we can help you. We, as in me and Omizu, can help you like narrow down your drawing challenges, or narrow down your, thoughts on why this is challenging. And again, like there's 1,000, maybe not 1,000, maybe like a few dozen really well-known ways to like learn drawing. So, there's not one method for everybody, but at the same time, it is something to consider. Like oh my gosh, y'all got to see this. I'm about to show you something really cute. If you're here, you're gonna see something really cute. It's about to flip upside down. Let's see what happens when we go around this table here. Who's that? She's hiding under my booth right here. My drawing easel. Look at this. She's literally hiding under my drawing easel. Pookie, what are you doing down there, huh? Cats do the darndest things. All right, now that I remember, okay, so that's right. Edie Sedgwick is Andy Warhol's muse. That's right. Okay. For some reason, you know what? I'll be honest. Who I was confusing Edie Sedgwick with earlier is let me find this actress. She's the actress from the movie the Ice Train, the Icebreaker Train, Snowpiercer. Let me find the actress here. Snowpiercer. She plays the very she's a character actress that does a lot of the really unusual. She's not that unusual, but let's see. Cast. Tilda Swinton. I was confusing Edie Sedgwick with Tilda Swinton, who I really like as an actress. She's an amazing actress. I feel like Tilda Swinton her name could have been Edie Sedgwick, honestly. She looks like she could have been. So if you're not familiar with Tilda Swinton, she played let's look at her photos. Everybody should know Tilda Swinton, but if you don't, surely some of you know her. Let's see. What movie did I see that I really liked her from? I really liked her from 3,000 Years of Longing. That was really good. With what's his name? this Idris Elba. I knew that. With Idris Elba, she did with Idris Elba. She was in Snowpiercer. Mm. This cat is under my drawing easel. Here, everybody, I'm going to show you a funny photo of our cat. Y'all just witnessed it, but she's sitting under my drawing easel. How? That is definitely the cutest thing on the planet. Nothing is cuter than our cats. Except for maybe someone could possibly debate their own cats, but in my opinion, nothing else. But here we go. Yes, I like cats a lot. I like our cats a lot. I don't necessarily like everybody's cats. I don't necessarily like all cats, but see, look what they've done to me. Only a cat could only your own cats could get away with carving you up. I've never seen the I've never seen the Andy Warhol biodoc, but did you know that Andy Warhol has a book that like documents all of his messages that he's ever written? Like I don't know if it was emails, but like as many like letters. And it's pretty cool. It's just like, hey man, it kind of lets you like get into the mindset of like what Warhol thought about every single day, but like his letters, his messages. I don't think they had like effective text messaging back then, so I don't know how they documented it, but they're like letters or something, messages from Andy Warhol, something. I can't remember exactly, but you get the idea. Oh wait, so let's see if I missed any chats here. AI Warhol. You know what? They don't attack my ankles. These kittens are not ankle attackers. Oh, so Edie, so I did miss what you said. You said they take a long time. Yeah, I guess. I mean, each of these takes me about like 3 to 5 minutes. I don't know if that's long or slow. They probably even take more than 5 minutes. Like maybe like 5 to 10 minutes each. But it also doesn't help that I'm streaming here and we're also chatting while we're doing this.
Come on. Here. Come on.
Burns. Tonight Robert Burns night?
What'd you say, Kat?
Is tonight Robert Burns night?
What's that?
That Scottish dude. Does she know about him?
You mean the
poet.
something on the 5th of November?
No, Robert Burns. I'll tell you right now. You have to eat haggis, which is disgusting.
Why is it disgusting?
It's intestines.
Oh.
How come I know more about Scotland than you do? The Scottish ones.
I'm just Scottish by name.
Well, still, that's your name. It's part of it.
Could be a novel, which was transcription of
Okay,
recorded
I'm gonna tell you
conversation
about-
at the factory. It took you hours to do some of them.
Burns
I mean,
night.
I'm sure once I get to these, these bigger ones, it'll probably take me much longer. But, for now, I mean, but it sounds like you've already been through the book. What'd you say, Kat?
You want to know about it? Burns.
Okay, tell me about Burns Night. Talk loud so the audience can hear you.
A celebration of the life and poetry of the poet Robert Burns, the author of many Scots poems. The suppers are normally held on or near the poet's birthday, which is the 25th of January, which happens to be today, known as Burns Night. The Scottish Gaelic.
I wouldn't be.
Robbie Burns Day.
I would eat haggis if we had some.
In principle, may be held at any other time of the year. Burns suppers are held all over the world. The first supper. Let's see.
I would eat haggis.
Wow.
If
It's really brutal to eat.
you said it's brutal to eat.
That's what they say.
Really?
Traditional meal of haggis, meats, and tatties.
Tatis.
Tatties, maybe potatoes.
But Edie, it sounds like you've already finished a lot of the book. You haven't seen that one. You read us Paying for Focus on Sexuality and anything else. Here, let me find the book actually.
Published in the Scottish dialect.
I think this is the book right here. The Andy Warhol Diaries by Pat Hackett. Scandalous unfiltered diary entries. And you know what I find fascinating about this is if I feel like if Andy Warhol was living today, all of these posts would basically be like could totally be great tweets.
Bagpipes.
Oh, Andy Warhol is now a Netflix series produced by Ryan Murphy. What show is that? What is Ryan Murphy producing? Ryan Murphy. Let's see, Ryan Murphy on IMDb. What is he making right now? filmography, chorus line, consent, dirty tricks, one hit wonders, outfielder, Billy Lord, Joe Exotic, Marlene Dietrich, Untitled, Song of the Century. Huh. I don't know what series he's doing that's based on Andy Warhol, but anyway. Maybe it was one of those untitled projects. You have his diaries. Entry after entry of all the places he went, the people he met when he got there. So you have his diaries, Edie. Nice. What are your thoughts on his diaries? What are your thoughts on how Andy Warhol writes and how he expresses himself and sees and thinks about the world? Do you think it's a worthwhile book to read to like get into the mind of Warhol? I mean, I guess anytime you read someone's diaries, that it's probably a pretty good way to get into their mind. But do you feel like it helped to enhance your creativity? What are your thoughts on his diaries? Here we go. This one's gonna have Warhol's diaries are more gossipy than anything else. You were quite disappointed. There's no info on his working methods of philosophy or anything like that. But you know, like, I think it's that gossipiness that, sadly, you know, from an artist perspective, right? I like to think that, you know, our merit and our training and our practice and all of that can carry us all the way. But at the end of the day, you know, art is almost always is about the people that you know, right? The people that you're able to connect with and how you relate to them. And, you know, I feel like now that you're saying that it's gossipy, like there's probably some insight there. You know, how did Warhol deal with people? How did he deal with potential collectors? How did he feel about, you know, other artists? I think there could be some insight, you know, not necessarily creative insight, but perhaps the how to work the art world insight. But I haven't read it, so what do you think on that thought? What do you think about what I just said there? Like, you know, is there insight on the world of art and, you know, how humans on humanity, the social interaction of the art world? Like, they're for sure, you know, the art world for sure gossips, you know. They're talking about what artists are making what, which artist's work kind of sucks, which artist's work is really good, which artist is selling what, which galleries are supporting who. I mean, it's almost like impossible to get away from gossip in the art world, or even any business, I guess. Wrote about it, portrayed him and the factory scene in a very bad light. Hmm. So we've talked about, y'all have mentioned a bunch of books right now. You know, between the two of you, Omizu and Edie, which books would you recommend on Andy Warhol? Or maybe it's just a show or a documentary if you want to get insight into the life of an artiste. What's up, Wonderland? Study the Way I Do, that book especially. Hey, you know, I find this isn't even studying to me. This is just enjoyment, man. This is total, like, this is just enjoyment, pure enjoyment. And I know that sounds cheesy. It sounds like You know, like, oh, do what you love and you'll never work a day in your life, like that type of thing. I know it kind of sounds like that, but you know, I really do enjoy this process of, I mean, what can I say? I'm literally just copying this, and I get to talk about random philosophical ideas and learn stuff about art, and you know, it's pretty cool. And their stories. You're romantic when it comes to artists and their stories. You think Warhol by Blake Gopnik is the best and most objective. Be forewarned, it's almost 1,000 pages long. All right, well, I might have to listen to it as an audiobook. I'd be down to that. All right, Wonderland 3, what's up? So here's the question, Wonderland. If you feel like you need to study this book the way that I have, do you have a copy of Bargue? Do you have a copy? Have you picked up a copy? Or are you trying to find some time between now and your next vacation or something to go into it? By the way, I've said this before to previous viewers, but one thing I do is, I like it can make viewers feel uncomfortable, but if you want me to, I do put an effort to hold you accountable. If you say that you want to study Bargue, if you say these things, like I'll check in on Omizu and be like, "Yo, what'd you make today, man? Have you moved along on your new piece?" And more than just the YouTube channel, I think I hope to help be a contributor to an artistic community. And if I can contribute by helping to hold you accountable, making you feel a little bit of pressure, a discomfort that, you're not allowed to come back here until you've gotten at least one Bargue drawing done. If I can do that for you and make you feel uncomfortable that you can't come here without us questioning you, and you don't mind it, if that's cool with you, I'll do it. I think it's helpful to hold people accountable and have people be I'm all ears today. Yes, I'm all ears. But no pressure, Wonderland. Just sharing with you that if you want that type of support, and you know what, this accountability is like a type of support that you can't really it's the support that can really get you to where you want to go, but it can really feel uncomfortable. It can feel uncomfortable saying, when I had a life coach, I was really good from the get-go, with my life coach, but my life coach would give me homework assignments like at the end of each session. And you know what? There were times when I failed my life coach and it didn't feel good, but my life coach kept me going for quite a while on a consistent level. He kept me going, but just from that accountability of keeping me going or active with his life coaching. And I'm not saying that I'm acting like a life coach, but this idea of the accountability that a life coach gives is enough to keep you motivated and get you to do some things. But rather than actual life coaching, just the accountability alone, if that is helpful to you, let me know. Let us know if we can hold you accountable to committing to your exercise of doing Charles Bargue. Is that the ACR edition? This is this version. I don't know if you know this version. I don't know what the ACR version. These people apparently publish lots of books. Anything that's like in the public domain, I think. So let's see. This company, Gareth Thomas. Did you say Gareth Thomas? Let's see. What did you say? Gerald Ackerman. No. So this is covered by Gareth Thomas, U.S. This company is based in New Zealand. So I just found out that pointing in Japanese culture is very rude, but you know, New Zealand. But here we go. Yes. So here we go. I mean, I roast my work every day, pretty much. And I actually physically, there's this group, one of my favorite groups. I don't necessarily think roasting is totally conducive to creative progress, but you know, I think everybody's got a certain personality, right? Like some people are motivated by like, you know, their enemy, right? The person that gives them the worst critiques, they're motivated to do better than them. You know, the most motivated I've ever been was when I was really, really, really pissed off. You know, some company, I, I didn't get scammed, but like a company did something that I was really unhappy with, and I went through so much effort to like get back at that company. I'm not going to go into detail because it's like it's a little confidential, but um, yeah, it wasn't overly confidential, but you know, sometimes the negative criticisms that make you mad can get you so much further along than all the nice comments that have ever been made about your work. I mean, it could also derail you too. Like, you know, if you're too young, if you're not ready to accept criticism or feedback, if you're not, you know, open to it, and somebody just randomly starts saying it, then that's different, totally different. But definitely for me personally, you know, and you don't want to make art as revenge, right? It's not, you know, you don't want to be in a revenge mode all the time making art to prove yourself. But at the same time, you know, you never know what a little bit of pressure and, you know, someone saying something that you're like, no, you're wrong, and I'm gonna prove you wrong can do. When I was in in um in San Francisco, I met an agent there, and they were like, you know what, dude, you have no hope in you probably have no hope if you move to Los Angeles. Which, whatever. I mean, and then you know what? They represented me and they got me a handful of auditions, and you know, I got some jobs through them. But you know, sometimes people just say things, and you know, I feel like, but he was also in the my agent was also in the fashion industry, and they're really harsh in the fashion industry. If you think like art teachers are mean, like fashion people are brutal. You know, maybe not as much anymore, but if you think you've ever had a mean art teacher, like just imagine the modeling world, like how brutal that is. Again, I think it's really changed a lot, and there's a lot more you know, there's a lot more acceptability of all different body types, but like, you know, I feel like artists don't even scratch the surface of what models go through as far as, you know, criticism, because you know, it's one thing to have your artwork criticized, it's another thing to have your body criticized, right? Like it's another thing to like literally have your body broken down. You know, you could break down this piece, you could criticize this artwork and like make fun of it, and I could get better, but like if you criticize someone's body and their appearance, oof, that is, yeah, that's like the world of modeling. That's a whole different beast. But anyway, back to the story. That agent was like, you know, you probably won't ever make it in LA. So I moved to LA anyway. And although, you know, I haven't starred in a major movie, I've done some great things out here. And, you know, the fact that he said that to me, I was like, you know what? I'm going to do it anyway. And for better or worse, I am glad I did so. And again, you know, it's funny that he would say that and then, you know, represent me later on. And you know what, sometimes I think they just say things just to see how you react, whether you're ready to like handle the business. Where did I get this version? So I got this version on Amazon. This version is on Amazon. There's actually a new version on Amazon that is like they're like, this is the full, complete, total collection, which I thought this was the total collection because it's the ultimate, but apparently there's a new one now. It must be a pretty popular seller on Amazon. But anyway, you know, whatever. I'm probably not gonna buy another one. If I do finish this, I'll probably work on something else afterwards. I'll pick up a different program. This is a really good eraser, by the way. It's high polymer. I've never had such a good eraser. Growing up, and by the way, this is like the first time I've actually used erasers since like 2005. Like in college, doing, you know, erasable Scantron. Honestly, I started drawing with pen. I've never really learned drawing with pencil until now because I don't like the feeling of a pencil on paper. So truthfully, I've never really used I haven't really used an eraser in the past like decade in a serious way. And I gotta say, I've almost always had overly dry erasers that are like really crappy. But I gotta say, this is a pretty good eraser. So it's a funny thing judging erasers because it's like, the heck, you know, like erasers aren't that important, but they're important to this. So here we go. Actually, I think I have to make dinner for us. You're not motivated when people like what you do. You're okay if they don't like it, but if they criticize it and they're not a teacher and expert, it's a big turnoff and you dislike that person. Oh yeah, you like this eraser, the high polymer Pentel eraser? Yeah, I mean, definitely, you know, people who are like, you know, people who have, you know, no say. Yeah, all different people, right? We all gotta find our own, you know, balance. I think it's always important to find that balance of like positive reinforcement, but also, you know, if you never feel the alternative inspiration, if you only ever feel good things, then, you know, where's the emotion gonna come from? Are you only gonna ever paint happy things? Picasso would have never had the his blue phase or his rose phase if he was only happy all the time. I don't know. Would Jackson Pollock have created his expressionist work if he didn't have a wide range of emotions going from anger to happiness to excitement? But actually, I'm gonna cook some dinner, but I'm gonna leave this stream on. Let's say we'll be back at around 8. Let's see, be back. I'm gonna cook sausages. Well, I might be able to talk. I think I'll leave this on here. Who wants to join us in our kitchen? Why don't I just live stream from our kitchen? I'm gonna live stream while cooking. Cat, I'm making dinner. Yeah, are you gonna make dinner? Huh? Well, I'm hungry again. Sausages? Alright. I'm trying to see if my kitchen is presentable. So let's go like this. We're gonna go. We are not gonna. Actually, you know what? We're gonna cook. We're gonna cook in the kitchen. So this is gonna be a cooking live stream. Let's see how we can. How do I do this? Rotate. Now we're gonna go bring this in. Wants to join us in this kitchen here. Let me see how I can turn this around. we're gonna have a cooking show. Let's do a cooking show. That's another art of the world, right? Another form of fine art is cooking. All right, welcome to our kitchen, our casa es su casa. Someone close to you once pointed and laughed at a drawing you did. What are you supposed to get out of that? The Tombow eraser is good for fine details. Is that why there's so much plastic surgery and all? Probably, you know. Favorite eraser. So Edie. You know, so like Edie, here's a funny thing. I had a friend of mine who did something similar. I did a painting, 2 paintings. One was a realist painting, so like you could figure out what it was. I don't remember the exact paintings, but one was like realism. You could like see what it was. It was like a landscape or something. And then the other one was like abstract. And I said to him, I was like, "Oh, what do you think of these paintings?" And to the realist one, so he's not an art guy, but to the realist one, he's like, "Oh man, that's so cool." And then to the abstract one, he's like, "Dude, I don't know what the hell that is." And I just thought that was so funny because, you know, it's kind of like, that's like something you would expect from someone who's not totally into art. And you know what? I wasn't upset. You know, I made more of the abstract pieces because he's like, he doesn't know what it is. And, you know, I feel like that emotion, that confusion, when someone's like, I don't know what it is. I don't know what to make of this. This is like, this baffles my mind. I don't even know what to say about it. That is an emotion. And if you've created that sense of a feeling in someone, then you've done your job. Then you've done a job. If that, I mean, I guess it also depends on intention, but I don't know. Like when your wife, she likes your other work, but not your abstract. You know what? And I will say this one time I had like an abstract painting. I have this drawing of myself that I did that's really abstract. And some guy's like, "Oh, it looks like French fries." And you know what? I wanted to just be like, dude, you just don't understand. You just don't know what you're talking about. And that's fine too. Sometimes people don't know. But then, yeah, sometimes your art's just not good. I'm not saying your art, but like my art specifically. Maybe my art's not good, right? So, you know, it kind of motivates me. But most of the time I just go by, they probably don't know what they're talking about. They don't know. So get this fridge open here. Put myself into a corner. I can't reach my sausages. Not moving the camera. Okay, there we go. So we still got some bread. Kat, you want 1 or 2? Just 1? So here we go. Here's our cooking show. We're making Evergood family-owned sausages. So Evergood, here is your product placement right here, pineapple sausage. This video is sponsored by Evergood pineapple sausage. Not really. They did not sponsor me. That's not true. But if anyone was to ever sponsor me, this is how I would do the ad. Evergood. This video is sponsored by Evergood sausages, family-owned since 1926. If you need wonderful sausages for your dinner and a nice quick meal that is healthy, arguably healthy, using pork, water, dehydrated pineapple, dextrose, salt, maple syrup, no corn syrup, which is fantastic, sodium ascorbate. If you ever want I don't know if this is healthy actually, so I can't say that, but I can say that these are fully cooked and ready to eat. You just got to heat it. Simple to make. Let's see how long it takes to make a Evergood sausage. It smells so good in here right now. If you could smell what it smells like out here, it smells like burnt cheese because I burnt some cheese earlier. And we're going to go with the burnt. We're going to allow ourselves some burnt cheese smell in this kitchen. Actually, I got to close this door because I'm probably going to burn some more stuff while we're cooking. I tend to burn things. That's my secret to cooking is let the char flavor soak into everything that you do. February 12th is the expiration there. So I like to use a knife and I like to take sausages and carve a slit. I think that's like a pretty standard rule, right? Like you carve a slit into them. Carve a slit into them, before you cook them so that they don't explode, that they don't pop. So here's one. Two. Here's some pork pineapple sausages. There we go. Two. And then three. Throw a lid on it. You know, I'm going to say that burnt cheese doesn't actually smell that bad. I actually like the flavor of burnt cheese. Burnt cheese actually does not smell too bad. It smells burnt, yes, but it doesn't smell like a horrible thing. It's not like breaking wind or like cutting the cheese. It just smells like a nice burnt cheese. So Edie said not everyone's gonna like what you do. Yeah, it does look like French fries. More like freedom fries. Yeah. That would be good too. So we're heating up these sausages now. What's everyone else? What did everyone else eat for dinner? You don't care if someone else doesn't like your, don't like everything you look at either, but you don't need advice from a non-expert. There you go. Exactly. Exactly. Yeah, that's why I think the general rule is definitely, you know, give feedback if it's asked. If it's requested, give it. And then, you know, if they want a roast, they can ask for it, but other than that, especially, you know, you don't need everybody to tell you how your work should be. What's up, Scout? He likes to join us in the kitchen, this guy. Alright, something's a cooking here. Let me flip some of these sausages. Oh. Yes, some burnt sausages here. Turn the heat down a little bit. Bread ready. Alrighty, my very first cooking show. I'm actually a pretty decent cook. I like to consider myself a very decent cook. But Omizu knows how to make homemade gravy, which I still haven't. The one time I tried to get Kat to make, Kat is my partner, Kathleen. The one time I tried to get her to do that recipe, she wouldn't do it. She didn't want to. It's a lot. I mean, it sounded like it was a lot of work. So we had to stick with like easy gravy. So let's see right here. Sausages are cooking. So as you can see, I pretty much burned everything. But you know what? This doesn't look like a bad burn. I think sausages look good when they're burned because it's gonna mean that there's a lot of flavor. I don't know. What do you think, YouTube? Do you think you would eat that if I cooked it like that? Would you eat it? Or is that too burnt? I'll let it cook for a little longer. I like it when it's burnt. I don't know. Maybe it's just me. So, Omizu has made a turkey melt and fries. Very cool. Alright, let's see. Here's your ketchup. Got mustard. Mustard. And, ooh. Why is it always so hard to find the dang ketchup? Here we go. Mustard, ketchup, sriracha. She's probably gonna want some mayonnaise. So let's pull this out. Let's pull this mayonnaise out. Let's move this camera. Alright, so you know what? I think these look pretty good. It's a little bit charred, all cooked on the pan. Yes, it's charred. It's gonna add a lot of flavor. Am I a good cook? I don't know. What does YouTube think? I think I'm a good cook. You can't tell me different. No criticisms on my cooking. I don't accept criticisms on my cooking. You can roast my art, but you can't roast my cooking. What would you do if you were in a relationship where your partner loved cooking, but they were like the worst cook ever? Pookie, you can't play with my pencils, girl. Ah, these cats love playing with all our stuff. Come here, bud. What do you got? Got my pencil, huh? Oh. All right, hey, cat. Cat. Your dinner's ready.
Still streaming?
Yeah, I'm streaming in the kitchen right now, so don't walk in here if you're naked.
I'm naked. Look at this. Woo. Hey, everybody. Okay. Sausage fries.
Yes, sausage fries.
Thank you.
Welcome. All right. I'm gonna have a stand-up dinner here. But it looks like these are Evergood sausages on a piece of bread. Pretty easy meal. Mm.
No.
And you know what? The flavor is really good. You can really taste the sweetness. I honestly wouldn't call it a pineapple flavor, but you would definitely taste the sweetness of the sausage. Yeah, the sausage is good. Every good makes good sausages. And it took all but like 3 minutes, 5 minutes to cook. Pretty dang good. So here's a tour. My apartment. I use this water filter for pretty much all my water. It's called an OptiDrop. And not only does it alkalinize your water, which is really good for your body, helping to neutralize some of the acids in your body, it filters a lot of chemicals like chlorine. Chlorine and fluoride, I think. So it's a good thing to have in your home. Hey, you take care. Take care, Edie. Thanks for dropping by. Good to chat with you again. And we'll chat again next time. We will get back to the fine art of drawing in just a few minutes here. Finishing up a quick dinner. So turkey melt sounds pretty good. I think Kat makes a good tuna melt. That's her favorite thing, is the tuna melt. I'm trying to find the package cover, but I think it's not in the garbage can. But yeah, I think it's called Evergood Sausages. Really good, really tasty. Oh yeah, here's what I did. I wrapped up the last sausage and put it inside. But let's look at the nutrition facts. We got 250 calories per piece. Not bad. That's a lot of calories from fat, though. 150 calories. Total fat, 17 grams. 6 grams of saturated fat. I think saturated fat is the fat that's a little better for you compared to trans fat. Or polyunsaturated. I don't remember which. There's a type of fat that's actually not bad for you. Unsaturated fat? Polysaturated? I don't remember. I'm not a nutritionist, so whatever I'm saying, you should always do your own research. But I know there's like one type of fat that's really bad for you. Let's see, 680 milligrams of sodium. That's actually a lot of sodium. Total carbs, 8 grams. Not bad on carbs. Protein, 10 grams. All right, this is pretty decent. And it's gluten-free, milk-free, cage-free, so that's good. I would expect a sausage to be milk-free and gluten-free, but the cage-free, I think, is more ethical. All right. Drink some more water and get back to art. It's pretty easy to fill. You just pop this open and just fill it. I usually take a big bowl, take some water from the sink and just dump it in. I think it fit like 2 gallons, maybe more. 1.5 gallons or something. But enough dilly-dallying. Enough dilly-dallying. Who needs nutrition? We don't need nutrition. We're artists. We're supposed to be starving. This cat is so adorable. Right, Boogie? Ah. She's the best, the greatest. Best around. There. What's up, Boogie? Say hello. Say hello. Oh! Oh! Those nails are so sharp, people. Cat nails are deadly. Alright. So here we go. I can't tell if I exaggerated the cat scratch that I just experienced now, or if that was actually accurate of the type of sound that someone should make without exaggerating. So here we go. We're gonna go pull out our setup here, and let's get back to artwork. Let's bring this down. And how do I do this? Flip it around.
Kitties.
And I think we're back to normal, right? This is pretty much it. We can start doing artwork again. I don't actually need to eat. I'm a robot. I'm a machine. I am as what?
I've often said you're a machine.
As Lil Wayne once said, I'm not a man, I am a Martian. I am not a man, I am a Martian. Pookie, stop.
What's she doing now? She just wants to be with you.
Stop trying to be with me. She doesn't want to. She just wants other stuff. Look at her.
Come here. Come here. Hookster. Come here. Come here. Come here.
She doesn't want me. She just wants all my material things.
Yes.
She's a pen digger. Pencil digger. She just wants all my pencils and pens. Alright, well let's see what time I got back. 8:15. Pretty much exactly as I was planned. What fell?
Your keyboard. Where was it?
It was in the little pile
Right
on the side of the TV.
Over here?
Yeah. Alright.
Someplace else?
Oh, you can just drop it on top vertically. That's fine. All right, let's get back to drawing here. You know, one thing they don't explain though in this book is whether every ear is like the same person or if it's different ears. Because I could see that this ear might be from a different angle. Or if these are the same ears. Like this is obviously clearly a different angle, but anyway. Let's go back here. We're gonna go and do this ear right here. This is a fairly steep angle, so we're gonna go estimate.
Go to the car. I have more water in. Hey.
Sweet. That might be a little too steep. So reduce the angle on that. This is a good angle. And here we go. Let's keep our drawing going. So I'm gonna go right here on the axis right here. And then right here. Let's go across. Still takes me quite a long time. And then right here. And then let's go, it's gonna go around, so. I'm gonna try holding my pencil in a different way. That angle might not be steep enough, but that's all right. We're gonna go like this. This angle should pretty much be parallel with this one. That actually makes sense if it's parallel. And we're almost parallel. And this line needs to be at an angle, straight. At an angle, but not straight. We got an ear right there, coming in hot. And then bam. And that's the beginning of our ear here. We'll figure out the rest of it. Let's see, right? This piece right now. I'm gonna go down. All good. All right, so here we go. We're gonna go like this. Her reaction, Kat, your reactions are priceless.
Oh, thanks. I cursed on you.
And there we go. So just copying along. We will, like magic, all we do is copy, copy, copy. This is not a... It could feel like a creative activity, which is a good thing, but, you know, I don't necessarily count this as a creative activity. I count this as an activity that helps you to hone creative ability along with your... through a technical thing, the ability to, like, see something and then, you know, translate it and stuff. But I don't necessarily count something like this, something that fully fulfills my creative my creative needs. But everybody's got their own opinion on what's creative and what's not, so that's all good too. But I will say this does tickle the itch of creativity, because I can look at it and be like, hey, yeah, I made something. I made something nice. I did something, you know? So here's something I'm constantly looking at when I'm doing this. I'm constantly going like, hey, of course I'm guesstimating what the size of the lines are, you know? I'm guesstimating the angles and everything. And of course I get those wrong sometimes, a lot of times, most of the time. But more importantly, the reason why the ears look okay afterwards is because I'm going, hey, you know, this line ends about just below where this line ends, right? This line ends pretty much right here. And then this line, although it looks long, about halfway up, I'm going to do this line, right? So through that, if you just start to like figure out where things end and start, and where to start a line or end a line, you can really easily start to like figure out how to draw things. Excuse me. And you know what? Again, I think I made this ear way too long. This ear is longer than it's supposed to be. But, whatever. And here we go.
Want to save these onions?
No, you can throw them away. And here we go. So constantly just basically following along with what I see. And just building this up line by line. The main idea with Bargue is ultimately, if you study how it originally started, you know, basically it was a book course when Charles Bargue was still alive. It was published by Vincent van Gogh's brother's company, or I guess it was like his family company too. Goupil AC. It was published by them. And the whole idea was basically you can learn this drawing style. You can learn to draw simply by copying this exactly. And that was like the only criteria. The closer you could get to copying each of these things, everything in this book exactly, the higher grade you got. That's all it was. And, you know, the history of it is fairly interesting because, you know, this book came around right around the Impressionist era. 1850 is, I think, when the book was first published. The mid 1800s, around the time of the Impressionists. And what's really interesting, or 1850s, 1860s, something. But what's really interesting is that even around that time, the Impressionists were just starting to change things up for artists for the rest of time. You know, up until that time, you know, during the Impressionist era, people did not people didn't like the Impressionists. Today we consider Impressionism like this beautiful, fine art, some of the most talented artists. But back in the day, it was considered like, you know, horrible. It was considered like just an impression. It was considered, you know, there was all these negative things attached to Impressionist art when it first came out. It wasn't considered what it is today, which is like a fine style that is actually worth studying. So, you know, knowing this like history, it helps to know where this book comes from. Is the idea that, you know, just copying these exactly, why that would cause someone to have a good grade. Like today, copying exactly, like we have computers for that, right? We have photography. We have computers that can copy things better than any human could possibly even want to, and more. And I think what's important to realize is that back in the day, during the time that this book was published, the artists who were building careers weren't expressive people. They were basically just people who could copy. That your job, if you ever had to, as an artist, was basically not to have an opinion. Maybe, you know, have a story, but not really to express yourself. You weren't supposed to show people how expressive your brushwork is, or how amazing you can interpret somebody's face. But it was like, if you wanted a job as an artist, if you wanted a career as an artist, you had to be really good at copying things. And then you had to have like a very specific style. And this happened to be a style that, you know, is still loved today. This classical style, this style, right? This classical ancient statue style, this artistry, the drama, the elegance, the beauty. I mean, this was a style for the longest time. It's still a style. But how do you copy that? And that is ultimately what the Bear course was, which is why copying it is important if you want to learn it. But you know what? This isn't the only way. But that's the history behind it, just so you can, like, you know, prepare yourself for, like, you know, you got to ask yourself if the training, if a course or a program or whatever self-teaching system is right for you. And you know what? If you want to do like commercial work, then it could be very helpful, because it helps to know how to copy things exactly, or like use references. But if anything, even if you don't want to do that, like, do you like the taste, right? Like this is a flavor. There's a taste to all of these designs, right? You learn a certain style, and these are going to build habits into you. And you know how your habits transform is up to you. But at the end of the day, when this book was written, when this book was published, just know that artists weren't really given the same creative, expressive freedom that they have today. It wasn't this job where it's like, hey, dude, go out and paint till your heart's content. Go out and be the most expressive artist that you can be, and like, show us how wonderful your brush strokes and expression could be. No, it wasn't any of that. It wasn't like, hey, come up with your own unique design, but it's more like, hey, copy the master's work. Do you know, can this person copy and like imitate the style of the master or whatever? I'm generalizing here, but that's supposedly what it was like back then for artists, according to the history of art. But anyway, as we go on, you know, part of the reason why I wanted to learn this was because I went down a rabbit hole of studying Vincent van Gogh. And Vincent supposedly went through this book like 3 times. So he had gone through all the drawings in his book about 3 times. And that was his major source of education as far as drawing goes, which he's considered a pretty good drafts person. By now, honestly, I don't think he was that great of a drafts person. You know, he had a lot of detail, but I don't necessarily have this opinion that he's a totally amazing drafts person compared to, you know, what you can find today. But maybe he was. I don't know. Maybe he was in those times. But either way, yes, I really liked his drawings. And it is through Vincent's drawings that you can find a lot of information about his paintings. You can learn so much about his painting style through his drawings. And honestly, I would credit this with the beginnings of it. Because what you'll find is if you read Vincent van Gogh's letters, you'll find that a lot of his letters had drawings literally just copied from this book. They weren't original. They weren't original things. They were just copies of stuff from books like this. And I find that fascinating too. But anyway, and that's not negative. That's not negative. It's just that's what he did, right? Like that's how he studied, that's how he learned. That's how he studied. So that's one of the reasons why I like the Bargue course, is because there's that history with the program. But you know what? There's like so many more styles that you can learn today that can be relevant to exactly what it is that you want to do, specifically what you want to accomplish. And you know, it's not always, there's not one way to learn to draw, fortunately. And you know what? Let me cross hatch in here. You go like this. You go across. I really just want to do some extra shading in here just to practice the hand movement. But honestly, I don't feel like it's extra that necessary. But anyway, I really just like sometimes just practicing the hand movements, you know, just constantly creating the same straight line over and over, very close next to each other. Let's see, what time is it? No, it's like 8:30. All right, we'll probably go for another half hour or an hour, maybe at the most. And here we go. And you know what? We'll be moving into feet right after this. Yes, we get to move on to something different. So if anybody wants to see feet drawn, now's your time. In about 20 minutes. or 10 minutes actually. And here we go. This will be straight across. So we're going to go constantly trying to find if the line's about right, if they line up, or if it's just a little bit past. And let's go that, but like a half longer. So, you know, one thing that you could do when you first start is like take something to actually measure it, right? So I don't usually do this anymore. I usually do it by eye, but like you can kind of measure that this is about the length of this piece. So you go right here and you see how long that is, and you go, oh, okay, that's a little bit longer than the piece on the actual thing. So if that's the strategy I'm going to use, that I use, is I just estimate, oh, this is that length, and then you want to find the right, if you want to find the right proportion and angle, you just go, okay, so I'm going at this angle right here, and I'm going, okay, so it's just a little bit longer than whatever that was. Now, the best way to do it is obviously to totally measure it and make it perfect. But, you know, I like to train my hand and my eye rather than trying to train myself with tools. So it might also help, like, if you were like, oh, hey, let me, you know, trace over this, right? Let me trace over this. Let me trace over this. You know, literally just tracing over it. Could probably help that. That'd probably be pretty helpful too. But I've actually never tried that. So I can tell that this is slightly at an angle, not a straight line. So let me bring that down a bit. And here we go. We're going to go like that, and that should be a little bit to the right of that, so we're pretty accurate here. We're going to go to the next piece right here, right around here. And that's that. And then this. So there we go. And there we have that. We're going to calm down around here. Let's see how this measures up right here. So the ear is definitely a little long, but if I was an actual student of Bargue, this would probably would be like a C. Probably be a C. if the grade was based on how close and accurate this is to this piece right here, it'll probably be a C. Because let's actually break this down right here. You know, you could pretty much see right from the get-go some of the issues. Let's go like this. Pull this over, and you know what? You can instantly see like right on top. Can y'all see through this? This piece is a little bit too thick, but you know you could see all the issues right from the get-go. I wish I could see better. They got to give you a better I get it, more see-through paper. You can see this is a little bit longer. The ear is overall a little bit taller. So you know, there's some issues, a lot of angle changes. So if you really want to like get critical about your work, Bargue is a really good way for you to learn how to see, how to figure out your own mistakes, and you know therefore have the opportunity to fix them, because that's very helpful to know how to fix your own mistakes, how to work through visual problems. So when I had an art mentor in a digital art school that I went to, something that he would often say is, yeah, you really got to work through, you know, your problems. You know, there's a lot of problem solving in artwork. And I don't really realize that at first. Like all the problem solving. Like, what does that mean in art, right? When I think problem solving, I like to think like, oh, math. You know, you're solving a problem. Or like physics, like I'm building a bridge. I have to solve a problem. But, you know, when it comes to art, there's always things like, why does this look wrong, right? Why does this not look right? What's wrong with this picture? And by allowing yourself to, by studying Bargue, you can really train that muscle. You can really start to develop that muscle of problem solving by seeing what exactly is wrong. Sometimes it's the angle. Sometimes, you know, it could be something as simple as the angle, as simple as the length, as simple as some other thing that, you know, you might have messed up on. But that's one great thing about Bargue is you can instantly start to see, you can instantly start to know your mistakes. Like before I'm even comparing this, I already know some of my mistakes. And although, you know, I don't actually make the effort to correct them, it is good to know. And then it's up to you to decide whether you want to move on or work to fix that mistake. So, you know, you have the choice. You are the commander of your own ship. You are the captain and the commander of your own ship. And it's up to you to decide what things are important to improve on and what isn't. But the more and more you do this, as you continue to do this, you're constantly just building this muscle of just visually seeing, comparing, and everything. Seeing and comparing where this line ends compared to this line. How long this line might be compared to that line. And just constantly measuring and looking at proportions, angles, and then, you know what, at the end of the day, the only judge is how close, how accurate this is when you lay it on top of this. And that's a great exercise because, you know, especially if you're self-motivated, this is great. You know, if you feel like you need an instructor, there's probably better programs. Because, like, you know, for me, I mean, that's just my opinion, right? Like, I don't need a teacher to, like, lay this on top of there for me and be like, hey, this is all the stuff that's wrong, fix it, right? I don't need a teacher to do that. I don't need someone to tell me that. So if you're self-motivated, you can go take the time and, you know, do this and be like, oh, now I know it's wrong. now I understand why this is wrong. And it's a great way to learn. Honestly, it's a great way for a self-motivated adult, or even a kid, self-motivated child or teenager or whatever, to learn how to draw. Simply because the ultimate determinant of your grade, your own personal grade, literally is how close. I mean, that's how this was originally designed, is how close this is to the original. That is the equalizer, that your sole judge. And then, you know what, you could build other creative skills afterwards. But at the end of the day, if you just want to learn like basic drawing skills, which I think the fundamentals of drawing aren't like, hey, how good of a line can I draw? Or like, can I draw a sphere that has like the perfect amount of shade? I think the most fundamental thing is your vision. Your sight. Your ability to look at something and decide how you want to draw it. And if that decision of how you want to draw it is to be accurate, because if you can be accurate, you can also be inaccurate. But if you're just inaccurate, then that's going to cause some internal struggle. Not always, you don't always. Perfect, close realism art isn't always that great, but at the end of the day, your own equalizer, your own judge, it can be yourself. If you're self-motivated, you don't necessarily need a teacher to tell you to like lay this on top and tell you all the things that are wrong, because it's obvious. Like, you could clearly see that this ear is slightly bigger than this ear, right? Instantly, that's wrong. This angle that I made this is slightly sharper than this angle. So, you could see this, and then once you could start to judge these things by yourself, you could pretty much apply that to any drawing. You could apply it to drawing in public, painting in plein air, whatever it is that your dream of drawing or sketching or doodling or making art is, planning your next masterpiece if you're an installation artist. I don't know, but it's incredibly helpful. And you know what? It does take a lot of ability to be open to yourself, criticizing yourself, right? I go on Reddit a lot, maybe a little bit far too much. I spend a lot of time looking through Reddit and art pages and things like that, and it just blows my mind that somebody has a photo, and then they have their own sketch, and then they're constantly asking like, what's wrong, and I get it. Sometimes, like, sometimes it is really reasonably hard, but like, you might find somebody who has a grid, and then there's like a circle, and then they try to draw, and then there's like a circle that's like obviously off. And I guess some people do have like visual problems, but aside from people that actually have visual problems that might cause the circle to be this off, Bargue is a way to help you train this visualness, because all you're constantly looking at is lines, angles, proportions, and then at the end of the day, yes, it does force you to go into these more complex shadows. And honestly, I don't know how even I'm gonna do with pencil, because I've only ever done these with pen, only via painting. So mine might actually suck. But as far as the actual form, designing the form, drawing the form goes, I'm pretty confident in it. We'll see. I've painted these. I've done these as paintings by sketching with paintbrush and then painting through them, and then doing my own thing with paintings. However, I have not done them just sketching with a pencil. So I'm actually kind of curious to see how it goes. But I will say that as a testimonial, I definitely feel like the Bargue drawing course has totally helped me to hone drawing skills by getting me to look at things, be able to feel confident looking at things and saying, hey, this is what I'm seeing, this is how it should be measured, and all that. So we're gonna go right here. We're gonna start with this foot right here. I like how this is training you to look at a foot like this interesting triangle. I don't know what kind of triangle this is called. I know this is a right triangle because it's like a right angle, and then this is another right triangle. But I think there's an actual term for a triangle that has two right triangles in it. I don't know. Who's a geometrician here? Geometrician. Anyway, let's actually copy this line right here. Copy a straight line. And there we go. So let's go. This might not even be far enough, but it's all good. We'll go with it. Yeah, I'm not gonna have enough room to paint this foot. Dang. Let me see. See, I'm gonna judge my own work right now before I even get started. I can already see that I'm not gonna have enough space. So if this length right here, yeah, see, I'm gonna cut off at least part of the foot. But hey, look, I got this angle right? Got this angle pretty good. The angle of the top foot. So I'm gonna be happy about that. But that said, let's push this a little bit further to the left or to the right. And then we're gonna go, let's just use this line as our base line here. We're gonna go straight down. There's a straight line. And then we're gonna go from the corner of this straight line, we're gonna go down and measure. Let's see. I like that length. That's a good length right there. And let's go like this. So that's a good length. Let's go bring this down. That should be just a little bit shorter than this one. Maybe 2/3 of it. So we're gonna go about 2/3. I think this is gonna come down. So I guess if I had to guess, what they probably wanted people to do originally with this course, probably actually use a compass, like some sort of compass to measure these angles. Now, unfortunately, they don't have that in here. They don't have it explicitly stated. So honestly, I don't know for sure, but you know, eyeing these angles can definitely be a challenge. There used to be like entire schools dedicated to, you know, Charles Baird course. So right now what you can do if you're like me and you don't feel like using a compass or whatever, I could kind of like measure like, okay, this angle's like that. So if I'm thinking this angle's like that, then, you know, if I could get this angle to be pretty much the same, then I'm doing okay. You know, if this angle can be fairly the same, then I'm doing okay. Like, obviously, if it was like that, it would be bad. If it was like that, or if it was like that, it would be bad. But if I can match this angle to this angle, I should be okay. And on top of that, you know, can we get these triangles to cross? So, anyway, that looks okay. Let's go. And then also another way to measure is you take this and you figure out, like, how far down it went. How far down does this go? You're going, how far down does this go? 1 to this line, 2, and then 3. So almost 3. So if you go right here, it goes 1, 2, and then, you know, That's one way. By the way, if you really did this the real way, you would have this literally just taped flat, and then you would have this taped flat right next to it, and you just go straight across. So I'm not doing that because I really like this idea of training my visual, training my eyes to estimate. You know, I really like this to train my eyes, even if it's a little bit wrong. I prefer to train my eyes in this way. But if you want to do this right, just know that there is a correct way of training in Bargue. Not because it's the right way to do it, but because like that's how it's designed. You know, so you can, there's many ways to do things, but the original way that it was meant by the teacher who created it is probably, you know, the way that, if you want to stay the most true to the original way of doing it, I should say, not what's right or wrong, or good or bad, just if you want to stay true to the original method, you would basically tape the paper to one side, tape this, just the image alone, to the other, and then just go exactly across. So this way you could see, you know, one for one, just measure that way. I only share that. It's one of those things where, you know, I understand it, but I don't do it myself because although I feel like it does probably help you to train your eyes still, no matter what, I personally just feel like I can gain more from studying this via by sticking with my eyes, a visual cue, rather than the other one, than putting it right next to each other. So anyway, I'm finding this one might be a little long. So let's go like right here. Oh, I probably should be steeper. Let's erase this. The ears were easy because like the angles were so close to each other and short. The lines are nice and short. So lines are really short, which means, you know, you can really easily estimate, but with these longer lines and the sharper angles, you got to figure out. Okay, and then there we go. Seem to be a bit further. That might be a little bit longer there. And really, I'm just kind of estimating like, okay, this is the length to get to the bottom of the foot. Here's the thing, like everybody's different. So you know what? A little bit of variation's okay. I appreciate that little bit of variation. I like it. But ultimately, you know, close enough. Here we go. So let's start to turn this foot into this foot. That's our next opportunity here. So, hey. Crazy cat. You know, it does make me wonder, should I? It makes you stop. Go away, Pooks. Go away. Go away. Go away. Go. Honestly, I don't even know. Go, Pookie. Go away. Go. This cat, go. This cat does not stop. She doesn't stop. She doesn't give up. Let's switch our pencils. Gosh, I gotta put it right here. All right, so let's go like this. We're gonna go. And we're going like this. So bring this down. And let's see, that's good, that's all right. Come down. I think what I can do is bring in this. Hey, stop. And just constantly measuring things in line with the other ones. So I see if this line goes up vertically, you know, it doesn't touch that one, then I know that this line should probably end vertically before this. So just measuring looking at it and just seeing where things are constantly starting and ending. And this ankle needs to pretty much, this needs to go in a bit.
Can you just do the starting AM? Well, I know that you start early on Thursdays, so I thought I'd maybe see.
And let's see, so we can bring this up and around into the first third here.
I'm not the best at home either.
How's your week been?
It's been okay. Yeah, it's been a little strange lately. Everything's been a bit strange, really. You know, I know you.
And there we go. So honestly, we could probably use the ruler to start carving around our space here, just to figure out and better see these lines. Let's see. There we go. Uh-oh. So I'm using a different pencil. This pencil doesn't erase as good. But honestly, it's all right. Actually, you know what? I can actually leave these lines a little bit in here because it looks like it's going to be shadowed quite a lot anyway. But it could help to just clear it up a little bit. Clear the lead up a little bit around here. And we're going to go here. Let's go. If you go down right here, I know I'm going to keep this angle fairly accurate. So keep this angle. And it looks like this is going to go at the top of the foot right there. Let's get the toes. So we're going to go do the toes right down to here. And do the toes right down to here. We're gonna go right here. And let's go form this. So this is gonna come like a shoe right here. And here we go. This is gonna come across. So let's see how we carve this one. I'm gonna go bring this out and up. And then we're gonna go bring this next one right underneath. Come down. And there we go. So these are the feet. It's a drafting technique. Which one? Which one were you calling a drafting technique? Sorry, I was. Sometimes I don't even know what I say. Yes, there's a lot of techniques that I probably don't know exactly where they derive from. But I have seen used. Hey, don't mess up my stuff. You be here, just don't mess up my stuff. Here. Little cats there. So y'all can see what the heck is going on with these cats. And we're gonna come around. Stop. Pookie, stop. Now, let me hug the heck out of you. They don't stop bothering me until I give them too much attention. And then they want to go away. I'm gonna give you all the attention you can handle. I'm gonna give you all the attention you can handle, little one. Why you gotta growl at me? All right, here we go. All right, let's build this foot. Let's see. Now let's go. It's gonna come down. Where does this? Excuse me. And we're gonna go down like this right here. So just comparing it to the back of the foot here. Coming down here. Coming down right here. Coming down. And this goes up, this comes up, like right there. And there you go. Here we go. So we're almost there. And I think this is probably the last one we do for the night. It is 9:10. So we're almost done for the night. This will be the last one we finish. I definitely feel like I've reached a point where I can reach a point of unprogress. I'm gonna round this up. And this is and unfortunately this can round out here. And let's go like this. Let's go. Let's go like this. Just get this pencil working. Work this pencil into shadow. And let's go like this. And here we go. So just building up these final little sections before we wrap up for the evening here. And there we go. Okay. So we are moving progress along here. And let's see, where's this toe? So this is 1, 2, 3, 4, and then this is the 5th toe here. So this is actually gonna have like, oh yeah, here we go. Coming down here. And then let's go like this. Let's get these toes tightened up. We're gonna use the eraser. Actually, you know what? Let's actually get this upper area tightened up a little bit. So we're gonna go like this. Carve around that. Carve around this with the pencil, just to help give the shape. Be clear with the shape here.
Who's thrown up?
Huh?
I heard one of them throwing up.
Can't hear you.
Hey.
Here we go. So we're gonna go right into here. Erase this line.
Okay. Baby girl.
Hold on. Talk to me in a few minutes. I'm almost.
Over here?
All right. Probably a little too much erasing. I don't usually work with pencil. I don't like pencil, but so I don't really have like a system for how for what the best way to like erase and stuff is. You know, I know like, you know, pencil seems self-explanatory, but if you ever really look at really good pencil artists, they never use just like a pencil and a, you know, it's never just a pencil and an eraser. You know, usually pencil artists tend to have like a lot of tools actually at their disposal to include like to include all sorts of drafting things to get things right. And that's one thing pencil artists, you know, pencil, some people like to think, oh, I'm going to get into drawing. And you can definitely start drawing pretty quickly. But anytime I've ever studied drawing seriously with a course or program or something, what usually happens is, you know, there's quite a lot of materials that you need if you want to do it well. If you want to like do it at a very high level you definitely need to study a variety of things. All right, and here we go.
Put you in the room for a few minutes.
Get this, do a little bit of racing.
Her. Come and get a treat. Her.
So I'm only erasing because I'm curious to see how this looks like without all these pencil marks. Again, I usually, you know, I started with pen drawing, and I started I got into painting pretty quickly. So to see my pencil drawing is actually pretty new for me. To see like this style of pencil drawing is fairly new to me. So, you know, in order for me to gain more clarity on some of these things, it helps to glean clarity on what is happening around the pencil marks. And here we go. And we're gonna go like this. And let's go. We're gonna add some. And let's go down into here. Let's curve this around. Best pencil tool is the eraser. Yeah, I guess so, huh? It is a great tool. The pencil is a great tool. The eraser. And here we go. So, yes, the pencil tool the eraser is a great tool. I have to get used to not scrubbing my own painting. Let's see. Yeah, all right. So, oh yeah, I got to go up into here.
Okay.
So Michael Wilbur, we're actually about to wrap up here in a minute. I'm actually just finishing up the last bit of shadows. And
Here, get started. I'm gonna let them out. Grab a couple of bites. Here they come. God, you almost knocked me over, Scout. In the hallway. Trying to get into the kitchen. Guys. Here. Here. We're in Simba. Here.
all right. So let's see what else we could do. We just do a little bit more. I just want to tighten up the nails here.
Before you come into bed and you're done streaming, can you put the condiments in the
Can't hear you. What?
condiments and churro?
Okay, yeah, sure, okay.
Thank you.
So we're gonna use this pen one more time.
Simba, right here.
And tighten it up using the Faber-Castell sharpener here. Get a nice sharp tip. And I just want to tighten up a couple areas like the toenails here. So get a nice right there. And then get this. Tighten up some of these toenail areas. And then here we go. Just tightening up on the shadows here. It's funny, this toe has no nail, this pinky toe, but that's all good. That's how they chose to carve this painting, this figure, I guess. So here we go. Going into shadows into here. And let's sharpen that edge. Add a little bit of a hard edge right there. Let's tighten up the area around here. Sharpen up some of the details, and let's bring out a brush pen here. We're gonna do this brush pen, and we're just gonna go into some of the darker spaces just to add some extra shadow, some extra detail here. How can I use my brush pen to create something interesting, you know? It's all right. I think you really got to go all in and just tighten it all up. But hey, I'm actually done now. we're wrapping up for the day. Those of you that are here, thank you. Michael, what's going on? Hope you're doing fantastic. You're great. You're an awesome person, man. Happy Saturday, everybody. Let's see. Michael has said that spoiled cat, need more shadow under the foot. I should be drawing my own foot. Yes, I could be drawing my own foot. Your dogs are out chasing a half-tailed raccoon. Half a tail. Well, that's an interesting raccoon. So that sounds like a raccoon that's a survivor. Sounds like he like got caught in a trap and then bit off half of his own tail and somehow kept going. I don't know how that happened, but you know what? Any animal that will chew off its own foot for survival deserves to live in my book. Yes. So we're gonna call this a night, everybody. Let's put this evening to rest. With that, take care, everyone.